in front of the Old Town Hall in Leuven, Belgium, where the stage is set for the second leg of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. Just a few days ago, world champion Magnus Carlsen grabbed the title in Paris, but he'll have to face some new and old rivals, including former world champions Viswanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. But the action is about to start, and let's take it to the studio with Jovanka, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello and welcome to the Your Next Move Leuven stop of the Grand Chess Tour 2017. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis Chess Club studio with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it's great to be with you.
It's great to be back. Yeah.
From Paris, we saw a remarkable tournament, full of decisive and exciting encounters. Are we in for more of the same?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, we saw some riveting chess. I expect the same.
Absolutely.
So let's check the Grand Chess Tour standings after Paris. So world champion Magnus Carlsen. It was close, but he did it. He got the 12 Grand Chess Tour points. And in second place, losing on tiebreak, if you remember, we have Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 10 points. Hikaru came third with 8 points, and Sergei, Wesley, Fabiano all finished with 5 or 3 points. So checking out who's playing in Leuven, we can see that, once again, world champion Magnus Carlsen heads the lineup, ahead of Wesley So and a nice wild card there, Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion. And we also have some new names, from the tour participants. We have Levon Avronian, Vishy Anand, and Ian Nepomniachtchi, and some very, very funny and interesting wild cards.
Absolutely. I'm really looking at those last two names, Vasil Ivanchuk and Vador Yogova, two high-risk, high-reward players. I really think of them as some of the most creative players I've ever observed in my career, except I'm expecting great things in this event.
Yes. So checking out the format for this tournament, we can see we have 3 days of rapid chess. It's 9 rounds, and this is played at 25 minutes plus 10-second delay. So again, not an increment, but it's a delay. And a win will count for 2 points, and a draw will count for 1. Following on, we'll have 2 days of blitz chess, so that's 18 rounds, and this will be played at 5 minutes plus 3-second delay, and we'll have a bit more traditional scoring system with a win counting for 1 point and a draw half a point. And as always, here in the studio with us is our Grandmaster Analyst, Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, guys, and good morning, everyone. What an exciting first leg we had in the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. And the second leg promises to be as exciting as the first one. The second leg in Leuven. Let's see who's coming off hot and who's coming off not as hot from Paris. We have world champion Magnus Carlsen, who played brilliant chess during the rapid portion. In the blitz, he slowed down a little bit and he allowed Vachier-Lagrave to catch up and force the tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen won a very, very convincing tiebreaks. Wesley So, not such a good tournament. He played decent chess in the rapid portion, but in the blitz section he faltered, and he's right now trying to pick up the pace and show his strength in Leuven. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven and see what his thoughts are.
Well, we are here in the Old Town Hall in Leuven. It is a building that was constructed in 1469 in a Gothic style. It's got walls that are 3 feet thick. It's an incredible building with lots of artwork, and we will be the site. It will be the site of this second leg of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. Well, there are a lot of players here, but all eyes are on the king of chess, one Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has been playing incredible rapid chess, and if you look at his ranking, it shows exactly why he is considered the favorite to win this event as well. He's the #1 player in classical, he's the #1 player in rapid, he's the #1 player in blitz. So definitely, when you got to pick him, that's a good horse to pick. But there are a number of players who are in this competition that could make some noise. Certainly MVL from Paris showed his incredible blitz skills, chasing down and even passing Magnus at one point in that event before losing in the tiebreak. Wesley So, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour from last year, he will try to come back from a poor performance in Paris. And you have other players as well, fresh definitely not having to play in a tiring Parisian leg is players like former world champion Viswanathan Anand, and also former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. And I'd like to point out one player in this field, Vasily Ivanchuk. Yes, he's a high-risk player, but he's currently the world rapid champion. He is the reigning champion right now. So watch him, because the mercurial genius from the Ukraine can come up with some fantastic ideas. So it'll be an exciting tournament for sure, and we will bring you the action live here from Leuven.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice.
What a majestic, playing venue.
The setting is really extraordinary.
Yes.
I love that with the paintings. I always felt when I was in a tournament hall that was so beautiful, it was uplifting. I
Definitely.
really felt like, okay, I belong here.
Well, you
I want to
feel
perform.
like you're perhaps going to be in a tournament where they're going to write books about this.
Exactly. And that is
absolutely fantastic.
gorgeous, gorgeous. Well, let's
So-
take a look at some of the details of the Grand Chess Tour and how it all works.
Well, we have 9 full Grand Chess Tour participants, and this means they're in it for the long haul. And these consist of the top 3 2016 Grand Chess Tour finishers, which is, by coincidence, this incidentally the American boys.
Yes.
So Fabi, Hikaru, and Wesley.
Our holy trinity.
Yeah, and then we also have top 3 2016 players by average rating, and then a final 3 selected by the Grand Chess Tour Advisory Board. So.
And all of the competitors, the 9 competitors, will participate in 4 of the 5 Grand Chess Tour events, and every score counts.
Exactly.
There's no bad score that you can ignore.
Exactly.
And everybody's fighting for the tour points, because there's 1.2 million in total prize fund, with the bonus.
The bonus, we
That's
mustn't
what we're
forget that
talking
is
about.
that in addition to the prize money that they win in the events, they also pick up a $100,000 bonus for first place. And these are the ones, these are the Grand Chess Tour competitors. So these guys are really looking to pick up the points.
Right.
So of course we have world champion Magnus Carlsen heading the list, Hikaru, Wesley.
And you saw them all. And there's the players as they're getting ready to start the competition. We're going to have an opening ceremony, some speeches, and as they're all getting set, I just wanted to ask, what's the prize money for this great event?
Yes. So we know that there's in the events, in the Rapid and Blitz events, we have $150,000 in total prizes, with the first place picking up $37,500. Not bad.
4 weeks work.
4 weeks work, yeah.
Yes.
And just bearing in mind, some of them have already won money from Paris as well.
Of course.
And in second place, $25,000. Third place, $20,000. And 10th place picks up $7,500. So everyone is a winner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
And wow, there you see some of the paintings in the distant background.
And
but
an
also
audience.
An audience. Very different from the Paris leg, where the players played in a beautiful television studio. Here they'll have all of the chess fans.
Exactly.
Coming out. It's
Yes.
lovely. Nice tables too. Everything
do
looks
like
just
and lighting
pristine
as
and
well.
beautiful.
The light's very
nice.
nice. It's sometimes very difficult to play in one of these stages where it's very dark and then you don't have too
You
much.
have the artificial
Yes.
light, the staging light, but this ambient light is just brilliant.
It's-
I mean, I love the parquet wooden floor as well. Sometimes they creak, though. If you have some walkers.
This is bad for the pacers, like you say. Like I think Vladimir Kramnik is a little bit of a pacer. So if you're wearing noisy shoes, this is going to be.
Levon Aronian
problem.
also is a pacer. There he is,
There
a
he
former
is.
world champion. The gentle giant from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik, a great favorite on the tour, by the way. Lovely, lovely player.
Well, let's go over to Paris, Leuven, for the opening ceremony.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Good morning.
Well, let's come back to our studio here
Yes.
in St. Louis for a moment, because we're having just a little internet difficulty there in presenting the opening. But there you have the speeches of
Yes.
Malcolm and our sponsor of Your Next Move Foundation, explaining that Leuven is really becoming a chess city.
Exactly.
And as they're doing the opening speeches, I just want to put our panel all on the spot,
Yep.
as you've got to pick your favorites to win the competition. And there you see
They
the
see
introduction.
Magnus coming to the
World
to
champion.
to his sport.
By the way, I'm just going to say up front that he's one of my top three.
He makes my top 3 as well.
And Christian?
Yeah, sir, how about you give your top 3 first?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
well,
go.
there's 2 of them right there. You're seeing Magnus and Levon Aronian, and I'm going with the mercurial Ukrainian genius Vasil Ivanchuk.
Okay. Well, you took 2 of my top 2 because, you know,
I did.
Levon is the man of the moment. Magnus plays some fantastic rapid chess. But they're too high risk. Vasily, I wanted to go Nepomniachtchi, but he's too high risk for me. So I'm going to go with MVL.
MVL.
I reckon the practice in Paris will have done him some good. There he is.
There
There's
he
my
is.
man.
You're
Number 3. I learned
the
my
third
lesson.
horse.
Don't
Yes.
underestimate him.
And Christian?
I will pick the world champion, absolutely. He's the highest rated player on the planet in all 3 time formats, and he's blazing hot right now. He just won his first major tournament after the world championship, and he's feeling confident. I think he's feeling prepared. He might be a little bit weakened after such an excruciating tournament in Paris, but I still feel he is the clear top favorite. Number 2, Vladimir Kramnik. I have huge faith in Big Vlad, and I think he's going to pull up a very, very strong performance here in Leuven. Number 3, I'm oscillating between Levon Aronian and MVL, and I think I'm going to pick Lev Aronian just because of the tiredness level of MVL, which had a very, very difficult tiebreak against Magnus Carlsen. A difficult tournament in general, trying to catch up with the World Championship throughout the tournament. So, Lev Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, and Vladimir Kramnik.
And Bador is playing a man who's played chess virtually non-stop. He played on top board for Russia. Then he ran out of the opening ceremony, got into a car, drove 4 hours across Siberia to an airport, flew overnight, I think it was to Moscow, changed planes, got to Brussels, got in a taxi, fell out of that, came in time. Ian Nepomniachtchi. And so I'd like you please to welcome the Mayor of Leuven, Louis Tobak, who's going to make the ceremonial first move for Magnus Carlsen. Louis, it has to be a good move because he has to play it, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 1b4. So, Magnus, how about 1b4?
Maybe for the blitz.
Maybe for the blitz. Okay, we look forward to that. All right, well, I think we can replace that one on the board. And now I'll pass on that, who's just got a couple of announcements about spectating in the hall. And then we'll get the games underway. Luke.
Goedemiddag iedereen. Als de spelers hun spel beginnen, dan mogen jullie dus niet praten. Mogen jullie foto's meer maken.
Okay, so we have our first round of 3 rapid games to
That's
be played
right,
today. Just getting set to go underway. And I just would really like to see if we do have a pairings graphic so we can just see who the 10 players all duel against.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
quite ready
not
on
quite
that
there.
one.
But then we definitely
You
can
can
see
see.
some very interesting pairings. So for me, also Nepo versus Badur. Two very unconventional players, very uncompromising. I don't think we'll see a draw.
No. Well, I must say the wild card selection is brilliant. Just kudos to the organizer.
And we'll go over to Leuven with Maurice with a special guest.
Well, former world champion candidate, Grandmaster Nigel Short from England. And Nigel, this is an exciting event. Who do you have your eye on to win the event, and maybe even someone who could upset the apple cart?
I think there are lots of people who could upset the apple cart, Maurice. Obviously, you know, if I were a betting man, I would put my money on Magnus. He seems to be...
What a surprise.
He seems to be better at the faster game, particularly, I think, in rapid chess. That's my feeling when he follows his instincts. But classical chess, he's been suffering a little bit of late. Thankfully, he doesn't have to play any of it here. But there are some very exciting players. Bardur Jobava is one of them. And it's great to see one of my near contemporaries, Vasily Ivanchuk, the reigning rapid champion, playing here. I'm not sure which Vasily Ivanchuk we're going to see. He seemed utterly perplexed by the delay on the clock, and I know this myself because I've only played with a delay one time in my life, and I found it very confusing. He had a trial run and seemed bewildered by this clock. So we may see him losing on time here, or getting flustered.
All right,
with
well,
this.
the games have begun, so we're going to throw it back to the players, back to the studio in St. Louis. Thanks, Nigel. Nigel will be giving the live commentary here for the audience. If you want to come down and join us, if you just happen to be somewhere near Leuven, Belgium, definitely come on down and get a flavor of this wonderful event.
Thank you, guys. I think Nigel makes a very good point. Of course, especially in the case of Vasil, it's easy to get flustered by a time control. You have very limited experience. Again, you've mentioned it several times. There's no increment. It's a delay.
It's a delay, exactly.
And it takes some getting used to. Let's just jump into the games. We have Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. It started as a queen pawn opening and then quickly became a Nimzo. And then this move, A2, A3, a kind of a same-ish flavor by forcing black to give up his bishop early and a quick captures. And the players played very quickly to this position, and we've just seen this move, bishop A6 by Levon. He's given up the two bishops, but he's got a nice, well, I'm not going to say a clamp because it's not quite a clamp yet, but he's got good play on the light squares. And for the moment, this bishop on C1 is kind of
it's not a great side,
it's not in there. What's got your fancy in this opening round, Christian?
This game between Wesley So and Kramnik has caught my eyes, definitely. We have the Berlin, the anti-Berlin on the board, and we see in this position the usual play, I think, goes something like D6, H6, normal play, castle, and at the right moment, knight E7, knight G6, very, very similar to a Joko piano structure. But in this position, Vladimir essayed this move, D5, immediately challenging the center. Knight BD2, D takes E4, everything was played immediately, blitzing out his move. Vladimir Kramnik is a very, very strong theoretician. So after D takes E4, castle, castle, and here we see this incredible move, A5. I have never seen this particular move in this type of structure after the pawns on the d-file are being exchanged. My guess is that he's trying to counter b4 and grabbing some space on the king side. On the queen side, sorry. Bishop takes e6, b takes e6, knight takes e5. So white gave up his bishop pair. Very important light square bishop. He's going to have some difficulties with those squares going forward. Rook to e8, and now Wesley So is thinking whether to capture the second pawn or not. If he does, Vlad is going to go something like queen d7 or queen d6, challenging this knight on c6. And if knight d4, bishop takes d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, and we see white having an extra pawn, but black definitely has initiative.
Oh,
Yeah, interesting.
You don't see these gambits with black
No.
in the elite players. Gambits with white, you can get away with, but with black, not so much so. But again, as Christian mentioned, Vladimir is really one of the deep opening thinkers. He very much dictates fashion at the highest level, as we know with the Berlin ending. So doubtlessly, he's very, very well prepared. We'll see if Wesley can wrest the initiative. A player we talked about coming on the air, Vasil Ivanchuk, up against Maxime Vichard-Legrave, who took a tie, took the world champion, I want to say, into a tie breaks.
Very unexpected.
Yeah, we have a perk defense.
Yeah, no, we haven't actually seen
a perk
defense.
Vasil, capable of playing just about anything, quickly transposed into a Philidor, and A2, A4, A7, A5, C6. Well, my computer monitor is really enjoying itself as it's pushing the speed bump there. And we've caught up to the actual position. Now, this is old line school thought, you know, this Philidor position that they have. One of the things that I've seen more in the modern treatment that the players have done is make an early capture on d4, then play knight b6. So in this moment, it's really, you got to go back literally to Danican Philidor from the 16th century, who played this opening as black, and it bears his name.
But often I find, well, when I played white on the white side of the Philidor, I found that they were very good at waiting.
Yes.
Yes, so white got in the happy moves, and then it became a question of what next.
Right.
And of course, you know, black does have, as you mentioned, a nice plan of putting pressure on the e4 point.
Right. So queen d2, rook on a to d1, the traditional.
Happy,
and then leave it to black. Black usually is trying to get his queen to c7.
Queen c7.
And sometimes this knight comes around to the g6 square, but right now the bishop on f8 is in the way, which really means that black, to develop this bishop, is either going to take and play knight c5, or he's going to play queen c7, b6,
that's right,
and fianchetto the bishop.
But what I mean to say is that after white does this happy move and say black resolves a tension, it's really not that clear for white what happens next.
Yes.
And this is something that I think Philidor players really like. So, Cristian, your thoughts?
Yes. Again, in the game between Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik, we've seen some developments. In this position, we did get this position on the board, the one that we were considering. And after knight b3, queen takes d1 was played, which I'm not so sure is the right move. In this position, I would have guessed that Vladimir Kramnik would have wanted to keep the pieces on the board, play queen e4, bishop b7, attacking on the long diagonal. Potentially queen drops back to g6, then rook goes to d8. And white's pieces are a little bit uncoordinated. He still needs a few moves to finish his development. Instead of that, he did exchange the queens, and after rook takes d1, knight takes c4. Right now, I start to prefer white because the queens have been exchanged. There's not such a dangerous initiative for black against the white king, and white is just enjoying a better structure right now.
Exactly.
Exactly. But there is the open B line to worry about, because there's some, you know, as long as you can balance out this weakness on c7 with a possible weakness on b2,
right,
then
some dynamic play
there. Dynamic play.
Speaking of dynamic play, let's look on the game of Yobova and Nepo.
So we expect the unorthodox. That's first of all. Let's put it. Have we?
And we got it.
And we got it. Fantastic.
Okay, after g3,
C6,
c6, all normal, and then suddenly d5. Well, hold on. The computer keeps going, wanting to go fast. I got it. Stop. Okay, I'm going to let the computer do its thing. The d5 is a very unusual move by white, and the players quickly got to this position, which is now on the board after knight b4, queen d2, and white's enjoying the fact that he's got this pawn on d5 that is stopping the usual equal balance position that you see from this Grunfeld. So kudos to Yobova for upsetting the apple cart early.
It's not so...
Not so clear.
It's nice to have a pawn in d5. We like the space, etc., etc. But what next?
Exactly. Well, one of the things I am looking at is that this queen on d2 was There's the
there was a
potential of a
knight
knight
A2,
A2,
yeah.
which could have been very awkward for the second player, and hence we saw the queen drop back, and then
Jovanka takes the space. He follows the
with
strategy.
A5.
So let's go over to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, one battle that we definitely have to pay attention to is the one between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. And I love positions like this with these imbalances that start very early on. When you look at this position, you see it's basic standard and Imzo Indian. And in this position, the move A3 by Magnus and this trade of bishop for knight. And you get this complex pawn structure where white's pawn structure has been broken up, black still having a very healthy formation. But white does have the two bishops, and he's going to have to make those bishops count at some point. That's going to be how the game evolves. He also has the big center that black has to be concerned about. We'll take a look at how the game transpired after c5, knight e2, all very typical. Queen c7, now bishop dropping back to a2, and b6 castles happen, and bishop to a6, and now bishop to b2. And bishop is lurking back on b2, wanting to somehow get rid of these pawns in the way so that it can express itself. And take a look at how the game went. Knight c6, first rook c1, having a hidden idea, rook on queen in this position. Rook fd8, looking to control anything happening in the center of the board. But Magnus now struck with c4, and there goes that bishop now waking up. You can see the move d5 is on tap. This bishop could shift back to b1 as needed. The game went c takes d4, e takes d4, and now in this position, let me just refresh my board because quite a bit has happened now. After c takes d4, knight to g4 happened. In this position, knight g4, and after knight to g3, queen posting up on f4. So these pieces, these black pieces, are trying to restrain the march of these white pawns, but these bishops are lurking. They want to somehow get into the game with effect. The move d5 will be something that black will have to calculate and make sure he controls. Levon has been playing at a rapid pace. No pun intended. He just seems like he's in flow. He's had a marvelous year so far, playing just tremendous chess. Will he be able to bring that form from classical chess into rapid and right away against the winner of Paris? We will see.
Wow, after this posting up move queen f4, Cristian, my view is, wait a minute, has the world champion mistimed his c3, c4? Because at the moment, it sure looks to me like Levon's pieces are really putting intense pressure on the d4 pawn, the h2 pawn, the f2 pawn. How will Magnus handle this move, queen f4?
Absolutely, guys. I think Magnus is struggling a little bit right now, but if he manages to weather the storm and defend these two pawns, potentially push one of them d5, open up this monster on b2, then he could create some dangerous threats on the long diagonal. So in this position, this queen, the action of the queen with the knight is very dangerous. So I'm going to play this move h3 first. I'm going to force you to get your knight back to f6, and now I'm going to sacrifice this pawn via d5. Opening up that bishop is critical. We have to do that, otherwise the black's pieces are just well coordinated and they're going to create huge problems for white. After e takes d5, c takes d5. Now all my bishops are posted up quite nicely on these diagonals towards the king, and if you play something like knight e5, let's say, I'm going to play bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, and rook e1. All my pieces are coming with tempo. Slowly, white is getting his forces out, and I think black is going to have some difficulties if he's not paying attention to this pawn on d5.
But all the viewers have one question.
Yes.
One question, which is after d5,
Yes.
ed, cd, bishop takes f1.
That's a good question.
Exchange.
That's a very good question. The problem is I'm going to take rook takes c6.
Okay.
Now what are you going to do with your bishop on f1?
Drop the
Let's
bishop
say
back. Let's attack the rook.
Attack the rook.
Yeah, attack the rook.
attack the rook. That
Yes.
makes a lot of sense. Bishop b5 definitely makes a lot of sense. Rook takes f6.
Ooh.
And then
Knight h5.
Oh dear.
And now we can
And now
see
you
why
see
the two
all my
bishops-
forces are playing well with each other, and your king is going to be in huge danger.
Yes.
Agreed.
I agree. Huge. Yeah.
Danger. Indeed.
Definitely,
Well, that's
yes.
a beautiful exchange sacrifice to throw black's pieces back. By the way, one thing to point out, Levon, Where's Levon Aronian? Why he's pacing?
Well, he's pacing, but also he's played incredibly quickly as well. So this suggests to me it's preparation.
Oh,
so
without
Now,
question.
there is something that Levon might have in mind after h3, and that is not knight f6 dropping back with the knight, but perhaps knight takes f2. We've seen Levon essay this type of sacrifices with very, very little time thought on the clock, because his preparation is incredible. He has an army of theoreticians
yes.
preparing for him, and he knows this type of blows quite well. After knight takes f2, rook takes f2, queen takes g3, once again d5, and this is going to be madness on the board. It can go either way.
That's clearly what Magnus is considering, because
The pawn sacrifice.
the pawn sacrifice.
And knight f2 certainly looks like a better move than the retreat knight f6.
Yes.
But then after this, let's just take a deeper look-see. h3, knight f2, rook f2, queen takes g3. All looks pretty obligatory. d4, d5. Now, I'm not so happy about trading on d5, which would extend this bishop's diagonal. So I would most likely be inclined to drop back with the knight.
Yeah,
now,
you need nice cover, heads to cover the king, right? So
right. Now, because white's queen is sitting on this d file in a pin, grandmasters hate to be pinned.
Yes.
A move like queen h5, posting up on the king's side, again, eyeballing the f7 pawn, it all looks like it has a flow to it, if you will. You like the pawn sacrifice, Joey? Is this exciting?
Okay, let's try.
Knight.
Can I try and trade of queens, perhaps?
You want to drop back with a
I
queen?
want to drop back with...
Makes a lot of sense to me, too.
Unless something's happening.
Unless something falls off the board,
Something
indeed.
falls off the board, yes.
Well, let's go over to Leuven and Maurice.
Yeah.
Maurice, what do you got for us?
Well, it looks like a hiccup in the opening so far for one side, as Jovanka and Nepomniachtchi, two newcomers to the Grand Chess Tour, two wildcards, are in a battle. But you take a look at this opening line, it was really complicated. Knight a6, e3, and we have a complex battle across the whole board. Only a couple of pawns exchanged so far. But take a look at this. Knight to b4 was played. He plays knight b4. That's a nice maneuver, bringing your knight to a square that looks like it's pretty permanent. But then queen d2, and suddenly the knight looks like it might be under threat somehow. Knight a2 might pick off that knight, and queen d8, full-scale retreat, a5, queen f8, switching sides, did that queen, and now the move rook fc1, and suddenly knight back to a6. The knight leaves the b4 square that it just journeyed to, and after rook ab1, knight back to c7. That was, to say the least, an unusual maneuver to move your knight from c7 to a6 to b4, back to a6, back to c7 in this position. Jovanka said, hey, I'll just take the space with b4, a6, and more space with the move h4. Well, the knight finally exchanged itself off in this position, and now bishop to h3, knight over to d7, and we have this position that the players have reached. That seemed quite unusual to me, that whole maneuver. It looks as though white should have gained quite a bit of time in Jovanka. He's an enterprising player. Everybody loves to watch his games. He just plays some wild chess, and his personality is the same as well. He came in for his interview with his shades on, feeling very exuberant just a couple of days ago. So we'll be keeping our eye on this game to see whether or not this newcomer, this lively newcomer, can produce some sparkling chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'm just picking up on that game that we saw, that Philidor position, which was quite an intriguing battle shaping up between MVL and Vasil Ivanchuk. Some strange maneuvers. And if you weren't watching the game unfold, you would have thought that, well, maybe it came from a Berlin ending. Because the pawn on e5.
Or some Lemur type thing with some weird, kind
of things. But we do have an ending on the board of two rooks and knight. I like white's structure, but at the moment it's all about this very active rook on d7. And I think MVL is going to be...
Can he maintain it if I just drop my rook back?
Right, but I think MVL overall is going to be pleased with the outcome, because he's got some activity that you don't normally see in a Berlin. Will it be neutralized? Well, that's up in the air. Cristian, what do you have for us?
The game you're talking about, Yasser, I want to see how it all played out from the middle game. In this position, I think this is where we left off last time. Knight h4 is a very, very important move. Unfortunately, my board is having some difficulties catching up. But knight h4, we know the knights on the rim are usually grim, but in this case, the knight on h4 has huge potential because it eyes out this square on f5 and also this square on g6 because of the action of the bishop on a2. So if you play g6, trying to get away with opening up your bishop on g7, now knight takes g6 is completely winning. So after knight h4, Vasil played e takes d4, bishop takes d4, knight c5, bishop takes c5, d takes c5. The structure now favors white, obviously. e5, queen takes d1, rook a d1, knight h5. Again, the knight is a little bit grim on the rim, and he's trying to go to f4, but I'm going to try to play g3 as soon as possible. Knight g6 was played to grab the bishop pair, bishop e6, and we have a few more moves this position. As you mentioned, Yasser, I think white is definitely cruising to a smooth victory. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, chess oftentimes is about unbalanced pawn structures, and you have positions where the positions just dry, the pawn structures are fixed. If the pieces are not dominant for one side, nothing much is going to happen. Pieces are going to get traded off. But in those fluid pawn structures where it's in balance, that's where all the energy is and where players have to use all their abilities, intuition, calculation, and deep understanding in order to play the position. Well, this one I was fascinated by from the very opening, and it's transpiring the same way. The game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. And in this position, Magnus played h3. The knight did draw back to f6. And now Magnus chased the queen off of the f4 square. He didn't want to see it there. Levon moved over from f4 to h4, and in this position, with the dynamic pawn structure, Magnus forged ahead with the move d5. d5 is, if I can get that on the board, d5 is the money move in this position. d5, if it's right, it's crushing, and if it's not, then black is going to prove it to be weak. And so this move right now, d5 on the board, unleashing this bishop on the long diagonal. This bishop is also sitting in wait. Will these pawns come under heavy fire, or will Magnus be able to prove that it's white who's actually attacking? I feel like, as you said, I think it was Jovanka who said, it feels like it's preparation as far as Levon is concerned, but the move d5 has been played, the thematic d5, and Levon is stopping to think right now. He knows that's a move that could wipe him off the board. We'll see whether or not he has an antidote as this game continues with tension. Very exciting start to this round.
Thank you. Interesting position. I was wondering where you go with the knight. I was thinking, do you carry on and go oblivious, go knight a5 and go, wow.
Well, this is the big moment because in principle you don't want to capture on d5 and thereby extend the bishop. But there is a problem that black was facing, that if Levon had dropped back immediately with knight e7, anticipating this pawn falling, there's this awkward move queen a4, which again is playable because the a4 square is not protected. Right. Attacking the queen,
bishop drops back.
Attacking the bishop, bishop drops back. But then after capture, or I don't like the structure. Or there's another move.
No. If you take that, I'm beginning.
Yes.
This is where my instincts go.
Oh.
Hang on a second. There's a juicy bishop on b7 attacking g2. There's some
rook
I don't mind
d2
about this.
ideas.
Yeah, rook d2. I was thinking maybe also some form of. Is there something?
Yeah, I can understand why you're tingling there about that g2 pawn. Probably I would have to do something better than that. Maybe take on f6. I'm not a big fan of that. But I think it was queen a4 that dissuaded Levon from this line, and that's why he took. Again, not the most desirable decision, because that bishop on a2 really is a guided missile.
It's a sleeping giant, I call them.
And now after knight e7, are we up to date with the play, or I believe another moves yet?
One interesting thing is, look at the time difference. Levon, as we've seen with this time control, time is very important, and especially with this delay. And you have 10 minutes towards 19.
Advantage. A 10-minute advantage.
And again,
wow.
Where is Lafon?
He seems to be enjoying himself.
That's
By the way, these two players really have taken the measure of one another, and Levon is one of the few players in the world that can really, really put the pressure on Magnus with either color. He's won a number of games with the black side as well. So,
well, we saw just recently in their encounter in Stavanger, Magnus was crushed with a beautiful, beautiful exchange sacrifice.
Exactly.
It was.
Cristian, your thoughts about this this extraordinary game?
One thing we don't see as often from Magnus is this huge respect he has for Lev Aronian. In all his interviews, he says he's most afraid of Lev Aronian in a World Championship match, and you can see why. After 97, obviously, Aronian is still in some sort of prep. Perhaps he doesn't remember exactly the move order or what he needs precisely to do, but he understands the ideas. In this position, I don't see white very well, because rook e1 has to be played to get off this pin, and after knight takes d5, a very, very counterintuitive move has to be played, and that is knight to d4, according to the computers. I don't necessarily like this move, because you're placing yourself on this pin on the d file, and the position is still very, very balanced, and with only 8 minutes right now, I think, on the clock, that's going to be very difficult to navigate.
No question
so Cristian,
about that.
I just had a question for you about. Oh, okay. Well, let's go over to Liv and to Maurice.
Well, I am so impressed by these two newcomers to the competition. This game is incredible how exciting it's gotten in the sub-variations. That's where grandmasters get excited, like, what might happen here? And you try to calculate all the lines, but remember, they're trying to do it in rapid. Take a look at this position. It looked like white had a lot of space after bishop to h3, but Nepomniachtchi just maneuvered like an Aikido master here and just started diffusing the tension. First, one trade. Second trade happened. After rook c1, he dropped his queen back, h6. And by the way, after this move, queen b2, he traded yet again. And now knight f6 with a very sneaky threat of g5, by the way, winning a piece, because this knight will be thrown away and this bishop will be trapped. So whoa, bishop explored this b7 pawn in the position, and he said g5 anyway, h takes g5, h takes g5, and now knight to h3 in this position. And this is a sharp, sharp game. It looks as though black is hanging on g5. Black looks like he's also hanging on the b7 square. But if black actually played the move queen to h6, guarding on this side, you have to be a little bit careful if you're white here. G4 is going to happen in the position, and suddenly the light squares in your position are quite weak. This bishop is offside after you move something like queen here, and suddenly these light squares are getting strange. Very sharp position. It's the first time that after queen h6 right here, it's the first time that Jovanka has stopped to really consider the position, because he realizes if black's play doesn't really quite work, he's going to be up a pawn. He's just going to win material. But black's counterplay is legit. It looks real. Just amazing watching these newcomers. And the fact that they're on move 31, and the game has just started. By the way, Jovanka with only 10 minutes on his clock, so he's behind on the clock. Nepomniachtchi just playing amazing defense with the black pieces to get to a position where he clearly has some counterplay for his sacrifice.
Thank you, Maurice.
Oh, fascinating game with Jovanka and Nepomniachtchi.
Absolutely. Things are really heating up. Cristian.
Things are definitely heating up, Yasser. And in this game between Vachier and Ivanchuk, we see Ivanchuk struggling to equalize as black. After knight e4, knight in the center, b6. This is the position we currently have on the board, I believe. And white has this advance at his disposal, g4. Knight g7 has to draw there, and after knight d6, you're going to have big problems defending all your weaknesses in the position. After a move such as rook f8, which is very natural, we can swing the rook to b3. This newly created weakness on b6 is simply going to be lost. After a move such as rook b8, I can go knight c4. Now you see, if you play b5, your a5 pawn is going to hang. So this is just going to be a pawn down, bad structure. I think white has an almost winning advantage.
Wow, that was very instructive the way he moved. He used the third rank to flip between the sides and to control, and he controlled the advance of the pawns. You know, typical Nimzovich there.
Oh, boy. I mean, we are always so very used to rooks moving up and down files. Their lateral strength along the file.
And it just shows how weak the pawns are. A5, B6, C6, C5. You know, and they're very difficult to advance, and of course pawns are only weak if they're difficult to advance. Yeah?
Right, and the weaknesses can be attacked. One of the best moves that Vasil can make in the position is to go A5, A7, protecting
exactly.
Going back to this game of Magnus and Levon, I'm super intrigued by what's going to happen after this capture. I was looking at a line that actually went knight d4, knight f4, queen f3, knight d3, knight f5, and although white's a pawn down and his rooks are being forked and bishop on
knight
b2,
takes rook, for instance.
Knight takes e1, rook takes e1. These bishops are really to be feared. And we saw a double exchange sacrifice that Cristian, a line that Cristian had looked at when we remember rook takes f6. And I would not want to be on the black side of this fearsome double-barrel bishops. And perhaps, Cristian, you can explain why.
And Magnus did play the move knight d4, a move that I consider to be a little bit unnatural because of the fact you're placing the knight on the d file, pinning your knight to the rook on d8. But he did play knight d4. He only has 5 minutes left to Leveronian's 18 minutes. Nevertheless, his position is starting, black's position is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable because, as you mentioned, Yasser, and you were pointing out some very, very precise variations. After knight f4, queen f3, knight d3, knight f5, this is simply game over for black. So after knight d4, black has to retreat this bishop on b7, try to create his own counterplay. The bishop on a6 doesn't, no longer has any purpose. The bishop on b7, he's preparing knight f4, attack on g2, potentially knight takes h3. But after a move such as knight f5, which is very, very natural, queen g5, once again, queen goes to f3, now pinning the knight on d5 to the bishop on b7. The position is a little bit uncomfortable. Nevertheless, white has to find very precise moves in order to get his initiative rolling. If he doesn't, if he fails to do that, then black is just going to be a pawn up. And with the time advantage Lev has right now, we could see him in pole position if Magnus doesn't find the correct moves.
What a time disparity, my goodness.
But,
5 minutes to 16. Ooh.
But I think, I don't think Levon will be seduced by going on the attack with a knight because the knight is such a nice blockade of this bishop on A2.
With the knight on d5. But Cristian, if you could explain some of the tactics in the exchange sacrifice line that I had just shown, which was knight f4, queen f3, knight d3, and why?
Knight f5?
Yeah,
right?
knight takes e1.
By the way, guys, there is another very interesting move. Bishop takes f7 in this position. Now, if you take king takes f7, this is a huge mistake because after rook g7, all of the sacrifices are working in white's favor. For example, if you go king to g8, rook takes g7 is just going to come, king takes g7, knight f5, you're losing the queen, you're losing pretty much everything. The house. You're losing the house, absolutely. So bishop f7 is an interesting idea, but okay, after king h8, the game still continues. Nevertheless, instead of that, after knight d3, as you mentioned, knight f5 is a very potent move as well. And what was the variation exactly?
Knight e1, rook e1.
Knight e1, rook takes e1.
And now I have to find a square for my
How are
queen.
you going to defend your king side?
Queen
Let's say you're going to go queen
g5. Yes.
Queen g5 or queen h5?
Well,
we'll come back to that. We'll come back to this.
Very dangerous position.
For the time being, we'll go over to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, a huge development from the co-winner, if you will, of Paris. Well, he didn't quite win the tournament, but he did give Magnus Carlsen a run for his money. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against the world's rapid champion, Vasily Ivanchuk. And this position looked like he was milking a small advantage, but suddenly it's just turned stone cold winning. take a look at this game. After knight e4, it's clear that white has a spatial advantage in this position, and he's hitting this pawn on c5. So knight e4 hitting the pawn on c5. The Indians give knight g7, ignoring the pawn. So when I saw that move, I said, well, what if I just try b6? What's wrong with just defending? And then all of a sudden, g4, knight g7, knight to d6, hitting this pawn on f7, all that pressure, rook f8, and then suddenly rook to f6, posting the rook up on a dominant square. All of a sudden, white's pieces look like they're crawling all over black. Ivanchuk played knight e6 and then f4, and now everything is happening. g5, f5, knight d4, and in this position, it's clear that white is for choice, completely crushing right now. And actually, in the game continued after knight d4, he played king to f2, knight takes c2, rook takes a6, knight b4, king e3. This is the game position as we speak. Actually, he played knight d5 and king to e4. Well, you don't need to be a genius to take a look at this position and say, white's just dominant. Look at all these pieces. Knights posted, rook, king and e4 pawns. This game is over. This game is going to be over. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave showing that incredible form he showed in Paris and starting off this event with a bang.
Thank you, Maurice.
Wow.
Very nice play indeed by MBL.
Beautiful domination there. Yes, this is not a great start for your pick.
No, it's not. But I must say that MVL really has some wind in the sails coming from Paris. It was a question as we opened up the show, who's hot and who's not. Well, guess what?
Well,
MVL's
he's
hot.
and I'm glad to see this because, you know, I was a little bit concerned with the participants coming from Paris that they would be a little bit fatigued. You know, they've come from Norway and then played some incredible chess, you know, and then moved on to Leuven. And of course, you got the journey, and these guys are not fazed by these things.
I know they're keeping up in remarkable amounts of energy they use at the board. Remember at the end of Paris, world champion Magnus Carlsen, a very young man, said, I'm exhausted.
Exactly,
and
yes.
they played a lot of games in Paris, and they're doing it as well here in Leuven. Cristian.
Yes, we have another crazy game going on between Jobava and Nepomniachtchi. In this position, Jobava feels a little bit restrained with his pieces, and he found this nice idea of b5. Now, if you take on b5, I can go a6, and you can no longer capture the pawn on a6 because your bishop on c6 is hanging. But after b5, this counter knight takes f4 came unexpectedly, and now black is on top. Knight takes f4, bishop takes e4, f3, g takes. This is the position I think we have on the board. If black simply just captures the knight, I will capture back the bishop, and now I'm going to take on g3. We see this queen endgame, and if white could be able to go queen c8, king g7, queen takes b7, and grab a few pawns on the queen side, he's going to be fine. The problem is this pawn on g3 is supporting the queen move to h2, and that's just going to lead to checkmate. So you have to lose one tempo by taking on g3, but unfortunately after queen g5, queen takes the other pawn on the queen side. My king is very, very safe. That's an important aspect of this position. And white is simply not going to be able to find the perpetual. Black is simply winning in this position.
Wow, big development
nice
there.
Pawn structure there for black as well. You know, it's an easy pawn structure to hide the king.
Knight f4 is you see that beautiful you see that beautiful tactic b5 working in your favor, and you see. And we have a decision, and it looks like Vasil Ivanchuk has gone down to the French.
Yeah, well, we saw it was a pretty domineering position that MVL had, so of course it's no surprise that Ivanchuk has gone down. So
impressive
the big question is, well, of course, as Nigel posed the question, which Ivanchuk will we see?
Yeah. The genius, mercurial genius, or we just saw
the death spiral.
But again, that was a very impressive game by MVL.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you could point and say blunder, blunder, blunder. It was just great play.
And I think people, if you take any lesson from this game, is the use of the rook. You know, how he maximized the rook. You would imagine that, okay, the rook would first of all come to d6, but instead it first came to d3, and then it was at its maximum potential on a very unusual rank.
The third rank, and there was a very nice idea of rook f3, rook f6, but on the third rank there was also rook f3 and rook b3.
Yeah.
So really a lot of threats that Vasil was posed with, and quite frankly, he didn't answer them well. No. Let's jump back to the game of Levon and Magnus and join with Cristian. for an update.
Yes. Magnus Carlsen, instead of the queen f3 we were analyzing, played something differently. So in this position, Levon did find the bishop b7 move, which is the only move maintaining the balance, sort of a balance. After knight f3, queen h6, now Magnus is going to post this knight on e5. This knight on d5 is right now restricted because whenever you're moving, I'm going to take on f7 with tempo. So a very unnatural move proposed by the engines is rook f8. But this looks a bit cramped for black. I'm not really sure if I see Levon having a smooth walk in this position.
Rook f8.
Yeah,
rook f8. A mysterious rook move indeed.
It's
Yeah?
difficult.
Well, there are positions where you're pawn up and you're happy, and there are positions where you're pawn up and you're unhappy. This is the latter case.
You're definitely suffering.
Yeah, if you have to play after knight e5, rook f8, big compensation advantage, is it enough for a big advantage?
But let's ask ourselves questions. Say if white does play knight e5, and if I were to play a natural move, okay, so I'm not going to go rook f8 because I'm not that sharp.
Not,
you know?
yes,
it's
exactly.
not on my radar.
Exactly.
And I just go rook a c8. I mean, why would such a why would such a move be?
Well, one of the
bad?
things you have to realize is this bishop and this bishop sets up for some pretty nice little tactics. Rook takes c8. If you take with the bishop, well, I'm jumping to c6, and there's a hearty handshake in view. If you take with the rook, I've got a shot like knight takes f7, ripping open your king's shield. Takes. Whenever you get into these major piece positions, it's all about whose king's position is a little bit wobbly. In this case, it's black's, and after takes, if you go king f8, I've got nice ideas like queen d7. I've got ideas.
Right. Rook e3. Yeah.
What Jennifer would say was the rover, rook up and over.
Okay.
The rover.
The rover, yeah.
So, I mean, there are rook a c8, this very natural move, could run into a blizzard of tactics.
This is a critical moment in their game, and if Leveronian finds rook f8, then with only 3 minutes on the clock, Magnus might struggle a little bit finding the most precise way towards the king attack. But I think we have an update on the game between Jobava and Nepomniachtchi, and the variation I was proposing did happen after f takes g3, king takes g3, queen g5, king f2, queen h4 was played. Not sure why he didn't take on b5. This would have been my option. But even after queen h4, king e2, the position is still extremely difficult for white. I still have the move queen h5 and take on b5 if necessary.
Can he take on e4? Can he take the pawn on e4? And cover
in this position, yes. Take on e4, absolutely. But the problem is queen c8, and then you're hanging the pawn on a6.
Right.
So something like this is not going to be preferable for black. I think still queen h5, queen takes b5, take that important pawn on the queen side, and that should be all she wrote.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you.
And the speed of the players has been quite remarkable. Again, it looks like the game between Magnus and Levon's kind of just starting, heating up, and they're already deep into a queen and pawn endgame. Both players in that contest are playing rather rapidly. I'm really warming up to this move, rook f8. I mean, it's a move you really don't want to play with black, but then when you start realizing that Magnus has these knight f7 tactics, it's sort of like you just say, okay. Do your worst. I'm a pawn up. Show me your compensation. I'll play rook f8, bring my other rook to d8, and I'm warming up to that move. At first I thought, well, this is going to be a very, very hard move for you.
Well, yeah, if you spot the danger. I mean, I'm just wondering whether there are any other ways to cover f7, like maybe... Because rook f8 is the kind of...
You don't want to play.
You don't really want to play that. Where you can, you'll try and play something like queen h5 if I can get away with something like that, but I'm not sure I can.
You want to be more active.
Yes,
of course, you're always looking for activity for your pieces, rook f8. is not an active move. Maybe rook d6. Cristian, your views?
We have an important development in the game between Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik. In this position, a fairly balanced position, white played the clever move, knight to g1, threatening to go knight f3 and then potentially knight to e5, centralized knight, very powerful attacker. In this position, black should have played the move bishop c6 and avoid this move knight f3, because bishop f3, king takes f3 would be perfectly fine for black. Instead of that, Vlad played this move g5. He's taking the consequences into account. After knight g1, the f4 square has been weakened, and he prepared after f takes g5, f4, but unfortunately this simply doesn't work because of bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, and rook f6. Ooh. And this is going to be 2 pawns up for white. After g5, f takes g5, we have this position on the board, and Vladimir Kramnik played a3, ba3, rook a8, but white is just a pawn up. G5 was a huge blunder. Let's go in Leuven with Maurice.
Well, another position that should be a stone cold win for black is in this game between Jobava and Nepomniachtchi. This position we saw, and this flurry of exchanges that led to this position, Jobava had nothing better than taking on g3. But if that's all you can do, then clearly you're going to go down, because after these couple of checks improving the king position, he took on b5, and suddenly white has only 3 pawns to 5. Queen c8 check is no longer possible because of the queen on this square. Queen b1 was played, queen g5, and now he desperately tried this move, e5, hoping that somehow this is going to get him out of trouble, but it looks really bad in this position. This pawn looks like something he can actually just simply take. I think he played queen g2 check, king c3, queen c6 check, and now took the pawn on e5. So we have this position after queen to f5, looking for some kind of perpetual check, but with this queen able to help out, and it's 5 pawns against 2, Nepomniachtchi should score his first win as a wild card appearing here on the Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, as you can see there, as you saw by the clock time, what a difference as well. 13-minute time difference, 14 minutes to 1 minute, and of course you don't get added time. You know,
right.
It's just a delay.
And talking about a time differential that has really narrowed is between Magnus Carlsen, Levon, and Rooney. And Levon had a 10-minute edge on the clock. It's now 3 minutes to about 5 minutes. We're expecting Nepo to win that game. With the queen ending with several pawns up. I think Levon is still struggling at this exact position, looking at rook f8, looking at rook a c8. I'm also considering this move rook, because I don't like the move rook f8. So I was thinking, well, what if I just say to white, do your worst, put my rook on d6, something about this move I don't like, including knight g4. Look at a lot of things that feel wrong, but what is Levon struggling with, Cristian?
Well, absolutely, it's a critical moment. If he doesn't find rook f8, he's going to be in big trouble. If he does play the move rook d6, as you mentioned, Yasser, the problem is knight takes f7, king takes f7. This is the threat in this position, rook to c7, and this is just simply game over. The bishops are so potent on a2 and b2 on these very important diagonals, eyeing the king on f7. This is there's no escape out of this one. So he's still struggling to realize the only move in this position is rook f8. Usually you need some time to actually understand and accept that you have to make this type of moves. And yeah, that's exactly what Levon is doing. He's all the way down to 4 minutes, Magnus to 3 minutes. So we're going to have a time scramble. We do have one result, I think. Giri versus Vishwanathan Anand was a draw.
Thank you, Cristian. I think that also answers why Queen h5 isn't any good as either.
Knight takes f7 is a very powerful tactical blow. But it's very interesting, by working through those moves, we now come to the conclusion that rook f8
is
absolutely necessary.
Yep, I completely concur. So rook f8, Levon's going to have to find it. And the question is, how does white increase the pressure?
Yes.
Look at the queen on d1, and I start thinking, you know, where
Move
can you, where can you go to where it might cause a lot of difficulties for the opponent? Queen f3 has something compelling to be said because you're hitting the bishop on b7. queen d4 has something to be compelling as well,
Yes,
because of knight
you
d4.
know.
You just start looking for very active, and I guess it's the round of rovers, because there's even something crazily enough to be said for rook c4. Just eyeballing
Yes.
the fourth rank and maybe meeting rook
Yeah.
d8 with rook d4.
Yes.
Another result.
We have another result. As expected, Ian Nepomniachtchi has defeated Badur Jobova.
So two of our players
Two
of
of
the
our
Danger
players,
Squad,
yes.
Vasile and Jobova, have both gone down to defeat.
But this is like a repeated. This is exactly as I predicted last night. We sat down last night and said,
looked at the
looked and said,
pairing.
we
And
predict this.
Lev played the move rook to
Rook
f8. So
After a long think, though.
after a long think, but he did find the crucial move, and right now we're waiting to see what Magnus has in store for us.
What do you think about this rover for white? The reason I'm attracted to rook c4 is because black's queen on h6, there's a certain lack of squares over there. And these moves, rook c4, take away the h4, f4 squares. And on a good day, bishop c1 could end up actually trapping the black queen. Also, I was wanting to point out that after a move like rook d8, again, we know grandmasters hate to put themselves into pins. But I just find some construction like rook d4 here. I'll probably play rook e8. But let's go to Leuven.
Let's go to Leuven, where Maurice is with MVL.
Well, we were with one of the stars from Paris, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who acquitted himself quite well, almost actually passed Magnus Carlsen in that event before losing in the tiebreak, but he's picking up where he left off in that event, winning his first game in simply dominating style. Maxime, this was a grand game for you. You're pointing out that this seemed to be a critical moment right out of the opening.
Yes, I mean, I was wondering after knight h4 what would happen if Vasily played d5, and apparently my intention was not too good because, I mean, of course I would have calculated more deeply the consequences of this, but this would actually be a mistake in account of knight b6 and now queen g4 fails to g6, which would be a bit sad. But anyway, d5 was the best chance because, I mean, as soon as I get this, the position is actually quite terrible. For instance, if you start with a move like knight h7, then
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. Let's finish that line, of course. Show the fans a nice little checkmate on the board. So you saw that you had this dominant position, and you were able to get a really nice position at the end, incredibly easy for you.
I was also happy once I decided not to go for the pawn. I mean, of course, you can go b3, but rook f6, it's just complete domination. So I thought it doesn't let any counterplay, let's say. I mean, I'm not even sure it's the cleanest, but black can do much.
Trouble for black in this game. Ivanchuk, of course, is the world's rapid champion, so it's got to feel kind of good getting a chance to beat him this game.
Yeah, especially as my results against him are generally not too good, and I mean, I had that in mind, but in general, my mood these days is, you know, when I play someone against which I don't manage so well, is to fire back.
Firing back indeed. You seem like you're in a great mood. You were in a great mood in Paris, being the homeboy there. Now you're here in Leuven. It seems like you're on home turf. What's causing all this freshness, alacrity in your play?
Well, my play was not convincing since the beginning of the year and maybe even earlier. So, you know, I was just happy in Paris to somehow connect my neurons back, and it just, you know, a state of mind that, you know, I need to be careful with, because it doesn't mean that I feel great yet, but it gives me some confidence that I'm trying to use.
Well, confidently connecting those neurons. Keep it up. Congratulations on your victory in the first round.
Thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, starting off the tournament with a bang.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Maurice.
Yes.
So very good
Very
feeling
confident.
MVL.
I like that.
It's all going well.
My way of dealing with opponents who have a good score against me, fire back.
That's good
That's
advice.
a great attitude.
Cristian, what do we have in the Magnus versus Levon key matchup?
huge development, guys. If Levon finds the right continuation, he's going to be able to force a draw. After Queen D2, seeking the counterplay, Rook E2 was played, and in this position, Queen D1 is forced, King H2, and now another forced move, Knight to F4. Queen takes F4 has to be played. If not, if you move the rook, then I'm just going to simply exchange the queens, and I'm going to be a pawn up with less initiative for white because of the lack of the queens. Queen takes E2, bishop takes F6. This is all forced. G takes F6. If you do play Queen takes A2, then this is huge trouble after Queen G5, G6, Queen H6, and checkmate on the board. G takes F6.
We have some updates,
yes,
some very fiery updates.
We didn't get Queen D1. Levon in time trouble. Now down to 35 seconds.
Queen
Instead
to
of playing
F4.
He played Queen to F4.
Queen F4 was a blunder that allowed Magnus to hit him with a Rook takes F6 shot.
Beautiful.
Lovely shot. G takes F6. He simply missed this, and now Magnus has two raking bishops for a rook, and that's usually over.
Very important to keep the rooks on the board. The more pieces you have, the better it is for white whenever you have these imbalances. As we see, black is trying to exchange one pair.
Yeah, because it's a dangerous, they have dangerous mating potential, so it's always a good idea to...
And the players have to move quickly because Magnus is down to a minute and a half. Again, it's a 10-second delay, but
that's very unusual. Remember,
it gets eaten up, you know. And we have had bishop takes F6, so it's 4 versus 4, 2 bishops, open position, technically winning, but it's about time trouble also. And Levon doing his best to try to establish a outside pass pawn because he can't just sit and wait for white's majority on the king side to claim the game. This looks very, world champion, very smooth here, but that was a huge, huge error by Levon to miss rook takes F6.
No, and the bishops are so powerful at defending their own pawns on the king side. I'm just going to move my king all the way to the king side, block your passed pawn, and then you're simply not going to be able to create any sort of counterplay with your rook and king on the king side while my king is gone trapping your pawn on the queen side. Because of this power of the bishops, they can defend the pawns from long range, and the rook is just useless against them.
Yeah. So we're expecting something along the lines of king d3 now, b3, and now you've just got to make sure that you keep this guy under lock and key. Maybe a move like, well, bishop d5 right away.
Bishop d5
looks good enough.
And we'll go to Leuven with Maurice, who has an interview with Nepo.
A newcomer to the Grand Chess Tour, Jan Nepomniachtchi, showing that he's no rookie, playing a fantastic game to get his first win. Jan, this game was sharp from the beginning. You made some maneuvers. He came after you with a lot of space. Your queen ended up on the queen side, then on the king side of the board. You had to maneuver your knights, but then when it all came out, you traded off all the pieces, and you got this great position where you're able to play knight f4. What were your thoughts as this game was transpiring?
Well, basically I had no idea what I was doing because, you know, Bahadur played in a very curious way, this early d5, not allowing the typical Grunfeld with g3, which leads to, let's say, an equal position right after the opening, and I think I reacted not in the best way, so he quickly gets some space advantage and, you know, he was pressing. And, well, I managed to exchange a few pieces, not to blunder anything, and then to create some small counterplay with h6 and g5. And I think that after, you know, h6, knight f6, and next move was supposed to be g5, even after, you know, bishop ch or stuff. I think that by this moment I was more or less okay, and then it was clear that Bahadur still wanted to achieve much. Just he wanted to win, and maybe that was he played a bad trick with him. So after bishop f5, maybe my play is simple. So knight is d5. I'm just starting getting all the material, you know. And this king on g2 is very, you know, doesn't seem to be safe.
So a win in the first game, just what the doctor ordered, of course, a great start. What does it feel like to be playing in this event after seeing the Grand Chess Tour happen already a couple of times, and now you have the opportunity to play with all these great players?
Well, it's a great challenge for me. Of course, it would be even more interesting to play in the classical part, but because, you know, play with all these great guys not so often. Let's say we play rapid and blitz, a few times a year, like World Chess Championships and so on. But the classical part will be the most challenging for me. But this one is also pretty interesting, pretty curious, and I really hope I can do well. But I still evaluate my chances as in a very modest way, because I'm playing too much last time, and maybe at some point I will be just too tired.
Well, you did have a long travel. Just to talk about that, you took was it a plane, then a train, or was it a train first, a plane next? How did you get here in the first place?
It was a train trip. So it was like 300 kilometers via Siberia on car to
300 kilometers in Siberia by car.
Another airport. So by this I managed to be on time for the flight to Brussels, and then it was more or less simple. But anyway, it was like a whole night in the road, and it wasn't too great. And I'm happy I had a night here to have some rest and to sleep.
Well, certainly you have shown that you're playing with rest so far, and we'll give you a chance to rest before your next round. Jan Nepomniachtchi starting off the tournament in style, despite having to have traveled 300 kilometers by car already, then a plane flight. He's showing that he's got the endurance to play in this event.
Now we know what it takes to be a great chess player, but we have a huge result.
We do have a huge result. Magnus has defeated
Levon,
yes.
Very convincing manner. And the players are picking right up where Paris left off, with a high number of decisive games, as Wesley So, 3 pawns to the good against Vladimir Kramnik. Rook and knight versus rook and knight, but white has 4 pawns, even if they're doubled A pawns. Christian, I don't see Vladimir Kramnik saving this one.
No, this
even
is a simple
an out-of-form Wesley So.
Simple technical win. There's no way Wesley is not going to deliver in this position. He's just going to bring his king to the queen side, king c3, king b4, then use his a pawn to trap the rook on a6 on the a file, and that's just going to be game over. Yeah. There's no counterplay. That's the problem. Whenever you have losing positions, at least you can hope for some counterplay. In this position, the counterplay is non-existent.
Exactly, because the pawns are too much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only thing I can think of is if black on a happy day gets a rook to the 3rd rank, the magical 3rd rank.
It seems to be the case. But wow, Magnus just took down the hottest guy in the world of chess, Levon Aronian, who won 2 huge tournaments back-to-back that featured Magnus.
Yes, exactly.
So that was quite a statement by Magnus as he played.
And remember, in Stavanger, he was undefeated.
Right.
Levon
was undefeated.
Levon, yes, of course. Levon was completely undefeated. So it's a big thing, Levon started very confidently in the opening. But,
and when you consider also how quickly Levon played, he had a 10-minute
he had a 10 minutes.
It's all very impressive. Magnus is showing the form that took him to extraordinary record heights with his ELO in the stratosphere. And again, let's just bring up the game, the one lone remaining game now. Wesley So trying to bring home the full point against his illustrious opponent and former world champion, Vladimir Kramnik.
He's going to get his rook to d3 as a consolation prize.
Well, at this moment, it's all about the past a-pawn, as he just played a-pawn.
Exactly.
And that rook, by the way, white rook is going to be beautifully placed on a4, not only defending the knight on d4, but escorting the a-pawn home.
Game over.
It's certainly
game over.
Vladimir looking for some kinds of cheapos in the position. They're just simply non-existent.
A6, and I think we're going to see a resignation.
Hearty hand clasp in a moment.
Yep, there it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm stunned again. I mean,
4
decisive games out of 5. And we were talking about Paris having this extraordinarily high number of decisive games, despite the new blood that joined the Grand Chess Tour Grand Chess Tour. We're still seeing decisive games everywhere. Christian, what's going on?
I thought the players coming from Paris would be a little bit tired and started slower than this, but all 3 of them won their games in convincing manner. Wesley So demolished Vladimir Kramnik after the move G5, which was a huge mistake. Magnus Carlsen, what a pure romantic game of chess against Levaronian. And when you're down on time, down to 5 minutes, and your opponent has 20 minutes, and he's playing so confidently, it's very, very difficult to actually calculate all the attacking continuations. You are usually in defensive mode whenever you're so much down on time. But Magnus Carlsen proved, while he's the world champion, proved while he's so dominant in rapid time controls, and he just blasted off the board Levaronian. Very, very impressive play by all the players coming from Paris.
Thank you, Cristian. And I'm just going to say that the tie breaks, you go back to Paris and look at those tie breaks, you say it was a game in 10 minutes that the tie breaks game. But if you can find a mistake in Magnus's play, give us a call, because he played flawlessly.
His
it was a
instinct is
brilliant
beautiful, yes.
performance in the tie breaks.
I mean, yes, yeah, of course.
And today
MVL just didn't have a chance, I think. But here as well, I mean, he handled Lev's opening prep fantastically well. He completely neutralized and made us think, well, what's that all about?
Yeah. But the big mistake was the Queen F4.
Yes.
Because Cristian showed that up to that moment, had Levon played that key move, Queen D1 check,
yes,
he could have forced a draw in the game.
Let's look at it, guys. Yes, very important. He did play Queen D2, very powerful move, very potent, attacking the bishops and forcing white on the defensive. Rook E2, Queen D1, critical move, King H2, Knight F4. We're going to use a little bit of tactics. Queen takes F4, Queen takes E2, Bishop takes F6, and after G takes F6, white is actually the one playing for a draw, and after Queen takes F6, Queen takes A2, best you can do is just give the perpetual. And this would have been a very good result for Aronian, but unfortunately, under time pressure, he failed to see the move Queen D1, Knight F4.
Yeah,
Thank
missed
you very
opportunities,
much.
yeah.
Wow. Let's go to Leuven. And
yes, let's hear from the man himself, Magnus.
Well, we're with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the winner from Paris, and starting off this campaign with a bang. Magnus, he played an enterprising opening against you. It was somewhat complex play, but you went for it with this move, C4, D5, sacrificing a pawn to open up your bishops.
Yeah, so I think it was more or less I who chose, and a slightly unusual line where I get the two bishops, but he got serious counterplay in the center, so I sort of need to open up at some point. What he did at some point surprised me quite a bit, because I felt that once I sack this pawn, then I should not be in any danger at least. But yeah, I didn't really have enough time to think it through, and I couldn't really find anything. And yeah, when he blundered the position, it's a draw.
Queen F4, of course, this move, Rook F6, will go down in history books as a small combination, white to move and win. Yeah. Not your greatest combination in the world, but certainly a nice one to be able to hit someone with.
Yeah, no, for sure. But again, I think in such a complicated position, it's. I mean, considering that, I think the game was relatively well played until Queen F4. I mean, if he had played Queen D1, it would have concluded in a more or less logical draw.
Now, you are coming from Paris, as well as MVL and Wesley. You all won your round. Do you feel like starting off this event, the players who had some form, some practice at least, would have an advantage?
That could be true. And maybe at the end, the ones who are more rested will have an advantage. We'll see.
Oh, we'll see how it goes. We'll let you get a chance to rest before your second game.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you,
Maurice. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank
and
you,
again,
Maurice.
great form. I mean,
yeah.
if there was any questions or doubts about Magnus slipping in his ELO,
Yeah,
I think...
no, he's putting them to rest. You know, he's showing
Truly.
he is in classical, you know, in rapid chess and blitz chess, he's uncomparable. You know, he's
looking really great as we're starting our second leg of the Grand Chess Tour
Yes.
in Leuven, Belgium, with world champion. Let's take a look at the results
Definitely.
of this first round of play.
So, you know, we have to remind ourselves that a victory counts for 2 points. So we see world champion Magnus, MVL, Ian Nepomniachtchi, and Wesley all on 2 points.
And can you spot the draw?
Yeah, that was on you. Vishy Anand and Anish Giri, both on 1 point. And yes, you know, trailing Vladimir Kramnik, Levon Aronian, Vasily Ivanchuk, and Jobova all have lost. So let's go over to Maurice. So he'll
First round results.
Yes.
Well, we saw those decisive games to start off the round, and what more could we ask for is that kind of excitement right away. Certainly to see the players who are in tip-top form, Magnus Carlsen showing that he's got no hangover from Paris, definitely came to win today. Wesley So as well. He did not play well in Paris, but the fresher mind proved to be victorious there. MVL, he looks very sharp. And the newcomer, Jan Nepomniachtchi, winning his game as well. So we have a lot of victories right on tap, but as we know, it's only game one. We've got 26 more to go. So we'll see how it goes as the second round will be underway in just a few minutes.
Thank you,
Thank you, Maurice. And let's go over to Cristian for some of his final thoughts on round one.
Well, what an exciting round one, what an exciting start to the Leuven campaign. And let me tell you something, in round two, we will see the 4 world champions battling each other. We have Kramnik facing Vishy Anand, former world champions, and we have the current world champions, Vasily Ivanchuk, battling Magnus Carlsen. So that's going to be an explosive affair. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I'm very impressed with the way Magnus is handling his chess so far. So we'll see if Vasily can handle that.
Thank you,
Thank
Cristian.
you.
And as we go on break,
Yes,
we weren't able to bring all of the opening ceremonies, but thanks to the magic of television, it was recorded. And while we were on break,
there'll be a very nice feature on the opening ceremony, so enjoy, and we'll see you after the break.
We're here at the Old Town Hall in Leuven, Belgium for the opening ceremony of the second leg of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. The mayor of Leuven welcomed the players before they got down to the business of the drawing of lots to see who played whom in the rapid and the blitz portion of the event. Afterwards, the kids of Belgium got a chance to play against their stars in a tandem simo that gave smiles to one and all. The opening ceremony was a great day for one and all, the players, the spectators, and the kids here in Leuven.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like b8-3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence, hello Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. g5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Welcome back to round 2 of the Your Next Move 11 chess stop on the Grand Chess Tour 2017.
What an exhilarating start you just had.
Fantastic. 4 out of 5 victories. Wow, you know.
And let's take a look.
So, in the lead, if you can call it that,
we have a 4-way tie for first. 4 players having 2 points thanks to the rapid chess score.
Exactly. So we have world champion Magnus Carlsen, Maxim Matagov, you know, who also tied for first in the Paris leg. Ian Nepomniachtchi, new name, Wesley So, all on 2 points.
And 3 of the 4 winners were from Paris. That's quite remarkable.
I mean, practice. I think the practice at this time control will certainly influence something. And let's check out the pairings for this round. And as Cristian said, we have a match of the world champions. Vladimir Kramnik, he faces up against his old nemesis, Vichy Anand.
Their 2008 World Championship match in Bonn, I was a witness for that event, and it was Vichy who won the match basically with the black pieces. But now, again, you know, all eyes Magnus Carlsen, Vasil Ivanchuk,
World Rapid Champion.
Facing
the actual the classical world champion, Magnus Carlsen. So, yes. Wow. Interesting. You know, we saw he wasn't so impressive, Vasily Ivanchuk, in the first round.
No, but if his star wasn't shining brightly, it was because MBL's star was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I can't fault anything that MBL did in that game.
That was a perfect demonstration.
The dominating positional game at the end, you saw active white rook, active white knight, active white king, and the players are about to start.
And then here are the old friends.
Yes.
The old friends. Yeah.
With a new and improved Vladimir Kramnik playing E4, and everybody's favorite tabby position, the Joko piano. Early, and the players are not using their delay to settle down, but they're playing a la tempo.
Yes.
Thus far. And where would, ladies' choice, where would you like to go on our analysis board?
I would like to see the most, what I would predict to be the most random one, Magnus versus Vasily.
The most random.
Yes.
Indeed, and let us just take a look at what is it? A conventional Ruy Lopez. Now we saw in the tie breaks, that crucial tie breaks in the Paris.
He's essayed it, Marshall.
And guess what? Where Vasile is inviting the Marshall Gambit once again. And I must say, in that Marshall Gambit tiebreak that was won by Magnus, he played a model game.
He did play a model game.
And D4, not the D3 move that MBL played, but D4, the old line, Queen H4. Trust me when I say this line is one of the most theoretical ones, and the lines go 20, 25, and even 30 moves deep.
But some of them have been worked out for a draw. So is the Marshall now a kind of a good choice? Because I would imagine that Magnus wants to would like to win, or is this he's happy with the draw? It's black.
Well, you just play the position, and really White has to decide if he's willing to take risks. But as you were just saying, the Marshall Gambit has been a killer defense to 1E4 players. They just and I remember Dr. John Nunn in the late 80s telling me that Marshall Gambit was a forced draw.
Yes.
And I tell you, I've seen a lot of victories for black, not so many for white. Black's dynamic compensation has been more than sufficient. Cristian, you're looking at a completely different game. What do you have on tap for us?
I'm looking at one of my favorite openings, the Grunfeld defense, and probably the best player in the world at the moment in that particular defense, in the Grunfeld, Vachier Lagrave. And in this position, we have very, very natural plans for both sides. White is going to play Queen D2, defending the pawn on C3, and at the right moment, he's going to try to play D5 and put into motion his superior center. In general, Queen A5 is a normal move in this position, and then Rook D8, trying to force black to do something with the pawn on the D file. But in this position, black essayed this unusual move. E5, blocking his own bishop. I know this is a new trend. I don't understand it very well. I don't like it because after d5, I think the long-term plan is going to be to put this knight on d6, so potentially maybe knight d7, knight f6, knight e8, knight d6, create the blockade, and at the right moment we're going to break with f5 and try to open up the dark square bishop on g7. But I don't recommend this to be played at home by amateurs or professionals alike. I just think White is grabbing the initiative. He has this nice passed pawn on d5, and slowly, if he plays the most precise moves, he's going to have a substantial advantage.
But I'm forcibly reminded of the U.S. Championship game. I believe it was between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, where, in fact, Hikaru got his move order wrong, and it was a quick knight d7, f5, knight f6, and Hikaru ended up actually hanging his e4 pawn. There was a knight f6 takes e4. There wasn't a pin.
The London classic, yeah.
But we have queen d6, not the move knight d7, queen d6. Normally speaking, we're not satisfied when our queen is playing the role of a lowly blockader.
No. Yes, because she can easily be chased away. This is the point why she's a bad blockader. Because if you attack her, she has to move, and you're boom.
Yes.
Your blockade is destroyed. But I mean, I kind of like the idea of f5. I mean, I think it's.
F5
I mean,
is required.
Exactly, and the other lines with Queen A5 are heavily analysed. So why not take Wesley? You know, he hasn't shown great form in Paris. Let's see what he shows in something slightly unusual.
Well, again, this is a rematch. The players played 3 games against one another in Paris, and as Cristian opened up the discussion with the fact that MVL is indeed one of the most, if not the most, theoretically well-prepared Grunfeld player in the world. He's blazing the trails. What other games have you for us, Cristian?
Well, we have the game between Ivanchuk and Magnus, and in this position, after queen d3, the move f5 was played. You're forcing White to make a decision. I think the only move in this, actually there are a couple of moves. Queen f1 is one of them to try to exchange the queens. The other one is the move f4, and what I want to point out is the fact that Vasily is not spending any time in this position, so he's definitely well prepared. He has analyzed this at home, and Magnus seems to be in some sort of trouble trying to find the equality in this position. Let's go in Leuven with Maurice and hear his thoughts.
Well, chess is often about subtleties, interesting ideas, maneuvering quietly, trying to get an advantage. And sometimes it's about bashing the opponent's head in. And it looks as though Jan Nepomniachtchi has decided that he's going to go straight for the throat of Anish Giri. Will it work out? We'll see. In this position, this is a straightforward Najdorf. Normally, White will play something like bishop e3, bishop g5, big main lines, bishop e2 quietly, bishop c4 that Bobby Fischer used to love to play. But the move bishop d3 is not one of those moves you see very often. The main reason being it blocks this knight on the d4 square. The move g6, switching to a sort of Dragendorf setup with a dragon setup with the a6 move in, is what Black chose. And after castles, king h1, castles, f4, and a lot of players, beginning players, or even your intermediate tournament players, they know about this idea. You just go for it with f4 and f5 and see if it works. Well, knight c6, again, a non-traditional exchange. This move normally is a bad move in the Sicilian, giving Black an extra center pawn and the b file as well. But he doesn't care. He's just going straight for it. And now queen e1. Hey, let's just go for the attack with queen h4. Why not? Bishop a6 and queen to h4 was played. Let me refresh my board just a second as we get this position. Now, after queen to h4, Giri, the attack is bishop h6, rook f3, rook h3, and see if you can checkmate. Giri said, go right ahead. I don't care. Bishop h6, trade, and now he played the move queen b6, completely ignoring the attack on this side, and now going after this very sensitive pawn on b2 and saying, I don't see the mate. This pawn guards the d5 square, so this knight will always guard h7 unless you can come up with some kind of trickery. But right away, Nepomniachtchi is saying, I'm not going to play with any subtlety against you. I'm just looking for a mate. Will it work against Geary, a defensive specialist? We're going to find out in a few minutes.
Well, sometimes the caveman approach really hits its target, but when you miss, you look really foolish.
Yeah,
it looks
this
really
is what
bad.
I was going to say. You know, I'm always. It's always very difficult, isn't it? Whether if you start going for the caveman attack right from the beginning, then, like you say, this can collapse and suddenly, you know. And if you're a defense specialist like Anish Giri, you just often go, "Come at me, come at me, boy."
Yeah, it's the counter. It's the counter shot. But boy, talk about a heavy theoretical battle. Vasil Ivanchuk is going into a heady mainline. Boy, that I remember back in the 80s that we're still debating this particular line of the Marshall Gambit. Over to you, Christian. Anything new thus far? It looks all theory.
Well, Magnus has spent a few minutes on his decisions, but it seems to be cruising to the right theoretical path. In this position, after knight to d2, he played the blasting g5. He's trying to open up the position towards the white king, and now white is very in big trouble after a move such as queen f1. This is the only move, by the way, that keeps the balance in the position. Queen to h5, we do not want to trade the queens, at least not for the moment. Bishop takes g5, bishop takes d5, c takes d5, f takes g5, and now the only move is rook takes c3. But I'm pretty sure Magnus knows what's happening in the position. Vasily, right now, he's thinking he will have to find his own way out of this mess. After a move such as rook e3, f4, the computers are obviously finding equality as per usual. After rook f3, bishop f3, queen takes f3. But this is not a very human variation, so we're going to see where this game is going to take us. But muddy waters are in hindsight. Yeah.
High quality theoretical preparation is going to carry the day for one of these two players.
Yeah.
And we'll see which world champion, should I say, emerges victorious. As we have the world rapid champion, Vasil Ivanchuk, who won the title by a superior tiebreak over his opponent, Magnus Carlsen.
I was looking at the lines. I mean, there are some lines where white plays for a4, right?
If I remember correctly, Vasily beat Magnus in both the Blitz World Championship and the Rapid World Championship. So Vasily is definitely having some psychological edge over Magnus. One of the few players that have a psychological edge over Magnus.
In these faster time controls. I think in classical chess, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, has a positive score with Vasil, but what you're saying, Christian, is absolutely right. He won against him in the World Blitz and Rapid.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see whether we'll see bishop takes d5 and then followed by pawn takes, you know.
And the whole exchange
sacrifice. Well, it does feel very dangerous. I mean, if I were white.
You're feeling the
heat after this exchange sacrifice.
One of the things that grandmasters always do when they're on the attack is they count the attacking pieces versus the defensive pieces. If you see black has sacrificed a pawn, but all of his pieces are in play, whereas white's rook on a1 is not contributing, and hence the compensation. But g5 is a crucial one, and again, Vasil actually slowed down. He was playing super rapidly before he played the move queen f1. We have queen h5 on the board, and just that line that Christian showed is the theoretical exchange sacrifice. What else do you have for us, Christian? Where do we stand in that crazy Grunfeld game that you liked?
Absolutely. Let's look at the game between Wesley So and Bashir. We got all the way up to this position, and here black essayed this move, bishop a6, allowing white to castle, which we will probably see on the board. And I feel white is definitely on the better side of this position after a move such as bishop g3, keeping control over this e5 square. This is going to be your big problem, the bishop on g7, and unfortunately, you cannot really leave to on h6, e3, d4. It would be ideal to get your bishop there, but unfortunately, that's a long road ahead because of the queen on d2. Instead of this bishop h6, which allows white to grab the better side of the position, rook takes f2 was a nice tactic. King takes f2, queen to f8. king to e1, bishop to h6. We're going to regain the exchange. And the problem is that the king is right now stuck in the center. So white still has the better structure, and if he manages to get the king to safety, he's going to have a better position. But there's a lot of dynamic play that's rested in this position.
Thank you, Cristian. And just looking at the game between Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand, it's one of those stodgy trench warfare kind of games that oftentimes occur in these Joko piano positions. Both players looking for their opportunity of advancing the d4, their own d-pawns, either d3, d4 in the case of white, d6, d5 in the case of black. Looks to me like Vishy is comfortable in that particular position, but it was that game between Anish Giri, a very, very good defensive player, versus Ian, and Ian taking the caveman approach and the Grand Prix attack, I think they call it. But let's go to Maurice in Leuven. Maurice, what do you got for us?
Well, a couple of interesting points in the game between Levan Aronian and Badur Jabava. First of all, the greed of white. That we know about center pawns. Center pawns are the essence of chess opening theory, chess strategy. Whatever is happening in the center, you have to be very careful and pay careful attention to it. In this position, the move knight to d2 by Aronian after bishop to h5, f4, taking all that space in the middle of the board. Now, always there's a dark side to space. You don't just get it for free. You have to defend that pawn center. So after castles, the Indians actually like the move knight to g4. But this move, rook to e8, the mysterious rook move a la Nimzovich, putting a rook on the file of a king, even though everything is blocked and there's no threat to play the move e5 whatsoever. Why would this kind of move be good? Well, take a look at this main variation, because all of us know a bishop in this situation is blocked. It should be trappable. Looks like free material after f5. What's going to happen with this bishop? Well, first of all, takes, and suddenly the e-file is open. That was critical point number one. Now, you don't want him to take on g6 because your f7 pawn might hang. So first takes. Queen cannot capture because this bishop on e3 is under threat. So now captures. And still, in this position, you're looking at it and saying, well, this still looks good for white, until the computer clears the cobwebs and says, wait a minute, look at this amazing move, knight to c5. And now, if pawn takes on c5, suddenly takes, rook takes on e3 with check, attacking this bishop, and after bishop back, saving itself, suddenly doubles rooks on that e line that was blocked just a few moves ago. A spectacular variation, to be sure, and just shows you the power of the idea of rook on the closed line, the mysterious rook move a la Nimzovich. I know, Yasser, you're a big fan of Nimzovich, so this maneuver will come and put a smile on your face.
Maurice, why? I mean, first of all, that's a spectacular and beautiful variation. But why do I get tortured with these Nimzovich fans? I mean, come on, Tom. You got to get me some people who really respect and enjoy chess and are knowledgeable. I mean,
it's fun. It's fun winding you up. We have to throw him in there every time we can.
And talk about a challenge. Anish has just laid down the challenge and said, I don't get it. I'm taking all your pawns, Nepo. What have you got for me? He took on h6, allowing white to post up his queen on h6. Normally, grandmasters don't like to see a queen that close to their king. But he's just played the move knight f6, takes e4, going 2 pawns to the good, and challenging white. Now,
ideally, I'd like to sacrifice a knight to open up the G line, but it's not possible because the 2 rooks.
Yeah, well, also ideally is you'd love to have a rook on h3, but it's not getting there in a hurry. No. For the moment, the rook on f1 is hanging, so you can't play rook b3, can't play rook f3 because the rook on b1 is hanging.
Exactly.
So where are we going? How is
perhaps knight takes knight and then just
fling it out there?
Just fling it out there and go.
Is it
no,
time,
I was thinking rook e1.
Rook e1.
Yeah.
And so you are material-minded because you do want to recapture pawn. Yes. Okay, so I am assuming that
now we take.
That
hang on a second.
Anish is sitting there saying, "Hey, do you remember Anthony on the A file over here?
Yes.
He's ready to trundle at the board." And unless certain sacrifices work in white's favor, this is looking very good for black. As we say in American football, defense wins championships. And good defense thus far. What do you have for us, Christian?
Well, there's absolutely no defensive mindset in Vashier's Lagrave head right now. In this position, we know Grunfeld players don't like to sit and wait for your opponent to make a move. He played the move b5, blasting off the structure. C takes b5, bishop takes b5, and is now Wesley's move. But what if I just simply take a pawn? I would assume he planned rook takes f2, but after rook takes b5, rook takes f1, king takes f1, let's say rook f8, the king goes back to g1, and my pieces are perfectly coordinated. I have this pawn on d5, very, very dangerous pawn on d5. In any endgame, you're going to be simply drawing dead. So instead of that, after rook takes c5, I would assume black is going to try to maintain the initiative and maintain the power of the bishops and play something like queen to a6. But once again, after rook c2, I'm just going to consolidate my position, play the bishop on e3. You're still playing without this bishop on g7. If you manage to activate that bishop, then black's action is going to be quite dangerous on the dark squares, on the light squares. The two bishops are very, very powerful, but unfortunately, you're playing without one of them. So I don't particularly see where black's counterplay is.
Enough compensation, and when a Grunfeld player says he doesn't have enough compensation for a pawn, you tend to believe him.
Exactly, and you can't really get to h6 via tactical means either, because I think, giving up the bishop or the dark squared bishop is just too much.
I was looking in that position that you want to be able to play queen f6, knight g3, bishop h6, and get something downstairs. By the way, Livona Ronian in that fascinating battle with Jovova just simply castled, said, I'm keeping g4 on tap, your bishop on h5.
I mean, you have to remember, I think Aronian will be very comfortable. He loves having a center.
Yes.
He's a very classical player. But let's go over to Leuven with Maurice.
Another position that's all about the big center versus the little center is this game between Vladimir Kramnik and Viswanathan Anand. And as we said, there's so much tension happening in the middle of a board, all the potential pawn exchanges that could happen. Players are always watchful because those pawns will just suddenly break free and push all your pieces off the board if you're not careful. In this position, looks quiet, b3 happening in this game, but b3, rook b1, queen c7, and again, it's about the timing of the moment, and here is the move, d4. This is the move that's always laying in wait, e4, e5. That d4 move is always the follow-up, but do you do it at the right time? It's all about doing it at the right time, and here, Kramnik decided to blast with d4. Anand was ready with this recipe, takes, and now the move, bishop to b4, and here he's saying, yes, you could have this b pawn, but I want your e pawn. That one is going to be far more important in this position. And Kramnik said, I'm not giving you my e pawn. You must be crazy. I know I have to maintain the center. And now Anand's recipe, c5 to cramp the center, freeze it if possible. Now d5, and again, this e pawn, there's an extra pawn in the middle of the board for white. He will be looking to play e5 at all costs, and that is why Anand played the move rook to e7, looking to double and tackle that pawn on e4, arrest it. It cannot go down the board any further. Otherwise, it's going to be a very powerful position for Kramnik. Now, can he really hold this up is going to be the question of the game. He actually played rook e3, and we have these doubled rooks on this line, followed by, look at that, they're just playing right into this position. It's all about e5. If that e5 break happens, white will be smiling. So black will have to have some recipe and keep that pawn under lock and key. We'll see whether or not it can be controlled as the game continues.
Thank you, Maurice. That feels like an airbag defense. I'm not liking it for Vichy.
No, I'm not liking it too either. I mean, I
It's
guess maybe some knight d7 just to kind of keep some control. But he's right with this. It's very critical strategic point that when the pawn is on d5, e5 is always in the air.
Well, the problem is, although the material is equal, this b7 pawn is not as imposing on the position as e4, e5.
Yeah.
e4, e5 is the sword of Damocles that constantly hovers over black's position, and it's not like white is fearing b7, b5 in any particular moment.
No, exactly. And I like the way that he plays around this bishop on b4, this beautiful bishop. You know, optically it looks great, but you know, white is definitely not going to trade.
In fact, if e4, e5 doesn't work, a move like rook e2, menacing, just bishop c1, bishop b2,
bishop b2
will almost provoke the trade on d2, something that black isn't really desirous of. Cristian, over to you. What's attracted your attention?
Well, Yasser, this position, I have a feeling Wesley so didn't play the most precise continuation, and he's now in dire straits. After c takes b5, bishop takes b5, bishop c5 was played, rook takes f1, king takes f1, queen to a6, and in this position, white simply played this move, king e1, getting out of this diagonal pin, but unfortunately not on the right square. He should have played the move king f2 to be closer to the hideout on g1. After king e1, the king is going to be permanently stuck in the center, at least momentarily, and after a move such as rook c8, the pressure seems to be piling up on white's position, despite the fact that the engines are still preferring white because of the extra pawn. I have a feeling with the king in the center and the two bishops coming alive at any moment that this is not going to be a smooth walk for Wesley.
No, I mean,
sure.
Human player, I mean, engines are one thing.
Exactly, but here, your king is in two bishops facing, and you cannot challenge at all in the light squares. No, I agree.
Good
I
compensation there, even though the engines may disagree. It's just, as human players, we look at that position and go, oh.
So
by
moving
the way,
back to the...
Vladimir Kramnik has indeed played rook on e1, e2. He's keeping the e4, e5 break on tap.
And I love your bishop c1 and bishop b2 maneuver. I mean, that's absolutely...
Yeah, because if white is permitted or allowed to bring this bishop to b2 squared, then this bishop on b4, which is pretty as a picture, does absolutely nothing. Whereas the bishop on b2, roaring across the entire open diagonal in the center of the board.
And it supports e5.
Knight h5. Okay, also kind of an indication that all is not copacetic with black's position. Vichy is looking for counterplay in a position where white has a strategic stranglehold, if you will, at this moment. I like Vladimir's position very much, but let's go back to that Magnus Carlsen versus,
before we do that, let's get to
Maurice first.
Yeah.
Well, there are some games already, of course, that have gone deep into the late and middle game, but this one is still in the opening. I mean, take a look at this position. They've only played 13 moves to this point, and only one more move will transpire after this one. All about the center, complex central shots. G4 is always in weight, but somehow black is able to make sure that that advance does not work with G4 and F5. So Levant said, you know what? I'm not going to bother myself in advances yet. I'm just going to keep preparing moves. Rook A E1, Rook A D8 with some potential shots of Knight to C5 in the position. Levant calmly moved back, and you just got to look at the clock to tell the story here. White is ahead by 12 minutes already in this game. It's only 15 moves that white has played so far. The game just beginning. This is the kind of game where you roll up your sleeves, sit down, and work out all the complications, because the center is always being threatened to blow up in the position. Is somehow an advance that suddenly puts black on the back foot and potentially dead on arrival. So what is Jovanka to do with only 8 minutes on the clock to win through these complications? Actually now 7 minutes and ticking under this heavy pressure. Black having no easy breaks whatsoever and having to deal with this position. I can't imagine him surviving this one. And Levant Aronian in tremendous form coming into this tournament. Did lose his first game. You know he's got blood on his mind right now. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to maintain the pressure and close out Jovanka in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. And over to you, Cristian, for this heavy theoretical duel that's going on between Vasil and Magnus in this martial gambit.
Huge potential for fireworks, guys. In this position, after queen h5, we were actually analyzing bishop takes d5, c takes d5, g takes f5, f4, and all those crazy variations. Instead of that, Vasily decided to play this move, queen g2, exerting a little bit more pressure on the d5 knight. And after g takes f4, bishop takes d5, c takes d5, queen takes d5, king g7, we see after the recapture on f4, white is going to be 2 pawns up, but the pressure on his king because of the g file opening up is piling up. So in this position, bishop f4 is actually a forced move. If you take with the g pawn after rook to f6, defending the bishop on d6, preparing the move rook h6 and rook g6, you're simply going to be going down in flames in couple of moves. Instead of that, of course, Vasily did play bishop f4, bishop takes f4, g takes f4, king h8, very precise move by the world champion, opening up the g file for the potential rook going there. And the attack seems to be piling up. Now, Vasily is going to be on the defensive, but let's not forget, if he manages to defend this position, he's simply going to be 2 pawns up. So he has to bring one of the best defenders in chess close to the king, the knight. The knight has to come to f1, potentially to g3, and the variations here are just simply crazy. Bishop e2, knight g3, queen h5. Black is at some point trying to displace this knight from g3 with h5, h4. This has huge potential for fireworks. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
And fireworks have indeed started to happen in this game between Kramnik and Anand. We talked about e5 being thematic. This is a thematic break in the position. It's white's only break, actually. You look around, there's no break that's reasonable. So black has to control this move. He started by playing the move knight h5, trying to somehow affect the rook on e2. Kramnik said, no, I've got this under control. I'm going to control the space, make sure your knight has no activity. Anand decided to play a little trickery, traded, and then queen to d7, hitting the a-pawn on a4, hitting the pawn on h3, simultaneously saying, I want to steal a pawn. Which one are you going to give up? Kramnik said, both, or either. You can have it, because there's one thematic move in this position, and it's e5, and I'm going to play it right now. And the move is on the board, and this is a tremendous shot. Breakthroughs in the middle of the board are what chess really comes down to. You're always looking for that magic break. E5 is huge right now. The threat is, of course, to take and blast open the line. This d-pawn is going to be an extra pawn in the game. And if you decide to take and allow knight takes and play something like queen takes on h3, you can gobble all you want because it's jailbreak time. Runaway d-pawn going down the board, and this will be extremely problematic, especially with this knight on the side. White fully in control in the middle of the board. Clearly a fantastic position for white. Anand looks like he's in trouble right now.
Thank you, Maurice.
Wow.
One of the things, Cristian, you were mentioning in the game between Vasily and Magnus, you actually used a wonderful word, precision. And the martial gambits that I've seen after queen takes d5 in such positions, the precise move had always been king h8. And it almost seemed like a tempo has been lost by Black when he played the move king g7. Why didn't Magnus play king h8 immediately?
Well, the problem is if Black goes king h8, we see the consequence of this move. You're not keeping connection with the rook on f8. So in this position, I can simply take your bishop, and whenever you take on f3, I'm simply going to take back. Now, this move, rook takes e3, is no longer possible because of the checkmate on f8. And as we see after rook takes e3, I am still 2 pawns up, and your attack is no longer potent because of the lack of the dark square bishop. So, and the g file is not open. So after rook takes rook e3, I'm just going to play rook a to e1. White is just simply winning. Instead of that, he did play the move king g7, and we have this position on the board, the one that we were analyzing. Vasily did bring his knight back to the defense, and we're going to see what type of attacking mechanism Black is going to uncork in the next moves.
So the most obvious one I would suggest is bishop F3, you know,
Everybody would.
we want to put. I want to
Light
put my
squares.
queen on G2 and deliver checkmate.
And let's see how the game might unfold in that case, Jovi. So bishop F3, setting up for the open G file check, as well as a queen H3.
Yeah.
There's basically no other move. Knight G3, anything else simply loses for white. Now rook G8 gives me the opportunity to trade on E8. If you play queen G4, I want to try the same idea, trade, but how is this 2 rooks for queen? This is I think I'm going to have to give up my rook, and then the queen has a lot of pawns. Rook and knight versus queen, and
yeah, you're gonna rook takes
But
There's a
black
lot of
is
pawns, but the queen
in trouble, right?
But the queen is very active.
Truly active.
Yes.
Christian, what's going on? I mean, it looks like a very forcing line. Have we missed the flow?
Well, I'm very impressed with Magnus Carlsen, but I'm most impressed with Yasser Seirawan. His amazing findings. Yes, absolutely. You went through the engine variation. Everything is forced as you pointed out. And after queen f3, rook takes d5, queen takes d5, rook to e1. It seems that white is going to be able to create some sort of blockade, and the most possible result is a draw. But wow, Yasser, you're in good shape today.
Yeah.
Really? I'm still not feeling. But there was some flow. It's extraordinary. The Marshall Gambit, like a Grunfeld, like certain Sicilians, has, you know, you think you have a wide number of moves, when in actuality, it's a very narrow path that the players often travel. Let's go back to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, we have been following this game, and it must be a narrow path for Anand, and I'm not sure he has one. He decided to take on H3 here after he saw this E5 breakthrough, and now after it takes, the only thing he could possibly be thinking about is a sacrifice on G3. Rook takes on E3, rook takes on E3. The engines give knight F6 right now, but I was wondering, well, why would Anand go for this line? Knight F6, he's going to start groveling, of course, and then he's going to be in trouble because the d-pawn is the most significant factor in this position. So, of course, I asked the question, what if knight takes on G3? Sorry, one move later, queen takes, knight takes first and then takes on G3. But after queen takes, it's simply king F1 and queen takes D6. Now, here's a possibility that Anand is exploring, that maybe this is, if I can guess at what he's going to do to try to defend, and he's still thinking about the position now. I cannot imagine him playing knight F6. I feel like he's going to want to go for this line. The problem is, after this check, he really doesn't have a move. If he moves his king to H7, he has to give up this pawn, and once this pawn drops, it's going to be a knight versus 2 pawns that are not going anywhere, and queen E6 is coming, and the D6 pawn is flying down the board. So that's a problem for him. After this queen E8 check move. If queen F8, then the queen simply drops back, and all these buttons are going, or D6 is coming, the knight's going to appear on the board. This looks winning as well. So he's still at this point in the game. Rook takes E3, rook takes E3. This is where he is. He has to decide, does he drop back and defend, or does he go for knight takes G3? No question about it. He's analyzing the ramifications of knight takes G3 to see whether or not that makes sense for him. Looks like it's bad, and if that's bad, then his whole position is going to collapse because that d-pawn is just too powerful.
Yes.
Thank you, Maurice. And as all true connoisseurs of the game of chess know, Vladimir Kramnik's Selected Best Games is a fantastic collection of his greatest victories. And one of the things that really stand out for me about Vladimir Kramnik is his central pawn breaks. Yep. If you look at that book, the number of central pawn breaks that he won spectacularly with, you know, that's half the book at least. And he's doing his precision technique that he's done against all the world's best that, of course, made him world champion. So he's got in his central break and Vichy on the back foot.
Yeah, this is a model on how to play a d5 pawn structure, I think. You know, because it's not just a relevant pawn structure for e4, e5. It's also for d4 openings. Exactly. So
nice.
Yeah, that was a nice
model. Back to you, Cristian. What do you got for us?
I think we're going to have our first result in the next couple of seconds, to be honest. We reached this position, and now the players have started repeating moves. After rook takes f5, queen f3, rook g5 was played, king f8, rook f5, king g8, rook to g5. Rook to g5, it seems Vasily is not trying. The game is actually over, and we had a forced draw.
Why was it a forced draw? Why couldn't he go king h8?
Well, you can go king h8, but now I am going to take on d5, and your king is going to be a little bit further away. I don't think any of the players wanted to risk anything, so Magnus didn't try for a win. I mean, white still has a rook, a knight, and 3 pawns for the queen. Material-wise, that's more than a queen. The problem is the king is a little bit discovered, and the queen is going to be able to create the perpetual. None of the players wanted to take any unnecessary risks.
Thank you. Marshall Gambit wins again.
Well,
Another moral victory
again.
for the Marshall Gambit. Again, the bane of 1e4 players, the Marshall Gambit holds
players
comfortably.
Yeah.
All right, so our first result of the second round of play has been a draw.
And yes, of course, we had... okay, before we do this, we'll go over to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, in rapid chess, technique is usually very difficult to execute perfectly, even when you have a winning position. And in Anish Giri's game, this game, I just counted out Nepomniachtchi 100%. Like, this game is busted. He's down material. He tried this crazy attack. Anish had rebuffed it. But he kept on trying, of course, and after rook e8, rook e4, queen f8, h4, trying to create some weakness on this side, king g7, and now h5. And all of a sudden, white is looking like he's trying some things on this h5, putting some pressure on the position. And Anish, according to the engines, is still fine after queen e7 with a big edge, winning edge, in fact. But f5 turned out it was a mistake. And in this position, white had a superstar move that you got to do a double take when you look at it, is the move rook to g4 in reply to the move f5, attacking that g6 pawn. And it looked like he wasn't really doing anything until the f-pawn move, obviously. Suddenly, he's doing a lot. This pawn is straightforward hanging. And if you take this piece going into the double rook ending after takes, first of all, let's just see what happens after rook takes. Suddenly, queen to e6. The queen is hitting this pawn, checks are threatened. The e-pawn is hanging. What a queen. Usually in queen versus any combination of pieces, it's all about the passed pawns or the weak pawns in the position. And that queen is showing when you got weak pawns what it could do. And if after rook takes f8, king takes f8, then some kind of move like queen c2, the engines are giving, hitting this g-pawn, threatening to come into the position and infiltrate and get some perpetual check ideas. And this game should be more or less equal. What a move. Rook to g4. Very impressive. I certainly didn't see it coming. Instead, he took on g6 and allowed queen to f6, and now the position has changed back in black's favor. He's threatening to go on the h-file suddenly, attacking the king. This g-pawn is hanging. There's no pressure at all, and it looks like black is suddenly back in control of the game. So one chance he had, but it's the nature of rapid chess. You just don't find all the moves. Mistakes are going to creep in, and it looks as though Anish Giri still should win the game. But remember, that's what we thought just a few moves ago. There's always drama when you're playing at this time control.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you. And,
a lot of developments taking place in the Vladimir Kramnik-Vishy Anand matchup. Vladimir Kramnik going up a pawn with a big central pawn on d6, a passer on d6. Cristian, you had the game on your screen?
Yes, this is simply game over. I mean, after queen takes c5, queen takes a4, queen c8 was played, king h7, and now queen f5. I'm not really sure whether Vlad is just trying to repeat the moves, give black some hope, but after king g8, queen c8, if he goes back king h7, queen takes b7 is just simply the winning move, because queen c4 doesn't work because of d7. You're no longer protecting the square d7, and there's no way you can get to the d8 promotion square. The problem is, another big problem for black, is that he simply lacks any sort of counterplay. Once again, we see the knight next to the king is a very strong defender. If you play something like queen c1, I'm going to go king g2. Everything is protected. You no longer have a way to get back to d8. You have to sacrifice the knight, and this is just game over instantly. So we'll see how the game will unfold, but Vlad Kramnik is definitely on his way to defeating the former world champion, Vishy Anand.
Five-time world champion.
Yes.
Thank you, Christian. And the slowest unfolding game of
It
the
was,
round has been between
Jobova
Levon.
and Levon, yes.
Yeah, and the position we have is a very unusual one in the sense that this bishop on h5 is really in a kind of a no man's land, and everybody, from amateur player on up, knows that g2, g4 is going to ensnare the bishop, but you've got to do it in a certain way, in a way that doesn't allow this
Queen G3,
Queen
no,
G3
exactly.
kind of counterplay. You don't want to give your opponent anything when you think you got the game on
It would be
tap.
perfect if you could swap off queens, and then
Yes.
and then g4 comes, and with
Then it's all good.
it's all good.
But can Jobova create enough counterplay with this move, bishop c5, that his position can withstand the loss of a piece? What do you what say you, Maurice? Let's go to Maurice and see what he's looking at. Maurice.
A shocking development in the game with Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. And once again, you have to be able to anticipate moves in this time control, but very hard to do. And what Jan just did is just so beautiful. We saw the Indian come up with a rook sacrifice on g4, but queen f6, he did not play queen f6, and now he played the move king g1. Sneaky as ever. Well, it looks logical. I'm just getting off the g line, that's all. No problem. I need to do something like that anyway. Now, move like rook d8 would still be very powerful for black, but Anish decided I can control the whole game. I'll just play rook to e6. Now I'll continue the game with no problems until Jan played this amazing move, rook to h4. Out of nowhere, suddenly his rook's hanging, but oops, your rook on e6 is hanging thanks to that last move. Rook hanging in air, potentially threatening some checks. Now the move queen takes on g6 has been played, so white has stabilized this side, and now the move b5 and his turn on the other side, looking for a puncher's chance. These pawns are not going anywhere anytime soon. This pawn cannot advance because the d pawn will drop, so black's king is the one who's in trouble right now, and this b pawn is suddenly down the board. It could be on b6 any moment, and don't forget there's a passed a pawn as well. This game has completely turned around. Indians are giving triple zeros, in fact. That's irrelevant. It just means the game is wild chances for both sides. What a great move. Rook to h4 by Nepomniachtchi, winning the first game, and now Nepo on his way to giving deep trouble to Giri in this position. I think all the players are going to start looking at this guy. Remember we talked about being in form. He just came from the World Team Championship. That's why he took so long to get here. He just finished playing chess, and we saw that. We mentioned Magnus won his game, Wesley won his game, as did MVL. They all just came off playing chess and now playing once again in fine form. Here, Nepo is saying, I just finished playing chess too, and my brain is fresh, it's working, and he's showing it in this game.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice.
Wow, it shows. Loose pieces drop off, right? You know?
Sure.
Yeah.
And just to emphasize the point that Maurice was making, Nepo is coming from Khanty, Mansisk, in Siberia, where he played in the World Team Championships. And in those team events, the Olympiads most especially, of course, it's a special kind of tension because on a team, you want to perform for your teammates. It feels much harder than a simple individual event. And Nepo, remarkably, is coming with a lot of energy.
Exactly, he did very well there. He scored 7 points out of 9, and in fact, he actually said that the plan had been to stay for 7 rounds,
and
but because of and then to come to Leuven. But because of the pairings, the Russian team said, "Well, please, can you stay a little bit longer?" And so this is why there was this whole drama of how to get
and
that.
And the Russian team was narrowly pipped at the end by the Chinese. Congratulations, shout out to the Chinese for winning the gold. Russia actually defeated the U.S. 4-0, and they needed a 3.5 score to pass the Chinese, but Li Chao of China brought home the bacon, and China is a gold medal world team champions.
Here things are livening up.
No
In
kidding.
the Iranian versus Jobova game.
So eventually, Levon decided now was the time to capture the piece. He has played the move g4, and Jovova sacrificed the bishop for 2 pawns. This is the current position. The clocks are 6 minutes. Levon's a fast player.
Yes.
He's perpetually ahead of his opponents to 2 minutes for Jovova. Is this a sufficient counter? I can't imagine that it is.
No, the pawn's a little bit, but I mean, it is a shaky king, but these knights cover a lot of squares. I don't see any entry points in for a big black P, you know.
Big black P.
You know, like a rook or a queen is what I mean to see.
Well, this knight on b6, repositioning itself, that's what chess is all about. Bring your pieces into active position. The knight on b6 was really not contributing. Jovova has just played knight b6 to d7 in order to come out to this nice e5 square and say to white, okay, you've got to be careful about your king. Cristian, you have something for us.
Well, the game between Aronian and Jovova just seems almost over to me. I really don't see Black's counterplay. He is going to have a long-term initiative and a long-term strategical, perhaps, edge because of the fact of the blockade on the dark squares. But White is still 1 piece up, and if he manages to play something like knight c4, protecting this square on e5, if we exchange a few more pieces, then this is just going to be almost over. I'm going to play rook g3, queen g2, and I'm going to be the one attacking your king, despite the fact that my king is a little bit naked. Your king is not safe either, so I really don't see Jovova's chances as being too high. And we do have a result from Leuven. Kramnik just crushed Vishwanathan Anand in a beautiful strategical masterpiece.
Wow.
Wow.
Impressive play by Vladimir. This move, queen f3 at the end. Your turn. What are you going to do?
Well, yeah,
that's a remarkable move.
So, yeah, of course you can't take
C5.
on. Yeah, and you can't take on d7 because of queen takes f7 check. So.
Right, and if you
if I go b6, I mean, if I were just to try to still squirm.
Well, b6 looks like the best chance given the position that you have. Let's see, where is the simplest one? I can go back, queen f5, and it's still not easy to find a move, but maybe I have something even more crunchy. Is the win a scorcher, Cristian?
Well, I just want to point out how the game concluded, which is quite funny for me. Okay. b6 was played, king g2 was played, h5, and after king g1, Black decided to offer his handshake and his resignation because he simply doesn't have any more moves. If you play a move such as g6, I'm going to take queen takes f6, queen takes f6, and knight to c6, and that just finishes the game on the spot. If you do play king f8, then I'm simply going to go queen to a3. Boom! Boom!
Oh,
that's a beauty.
This should have been played out.
Of course, that is a beauty.
Knight d7, king g8, queen takes e8, and the game is lost. But beautiful maneuver by Vlad Kramnik, king g2, king g1. Let's go to Maurice.
Well, an absolutely incredible brouhaha taking place with Anish Giri and Nepomniachtchi. And I just got to show you this, the last few moves. In this position, when you have queen and 2 rooks, queen against queen and 2 rooks, the heavy pieces on the board, the key thing is king safety first. Whose king is safer? That's what it's all about. Now, of course, passed pawns feature in the position as well as important. Well, in this position, it's Black's king that is less safe. Black was dominating a moment ago, but that move f5 changed everything, and now they're in a wild one. And now the move rook b e7, and this move, he should have been punished immediately with the move b6. b6 and about the 8 pawns, this flying down the board while Black can't figure out how to make these pawns move at all. He's got 3 centralized pawns, 2 of them passed. Actually, he has 3 passed ones over here, but they can't get anywhere down the board while this 8 pawn would have raced so fast that white would have been winning that position. Instead, white made the mistake of taking this pawn, and that changed the whole game around because now he was able to play rook over to c7, and the c pawn drops immediately after queen d5, and suddenly his beautiful passers are gone, and he has to face these pawns, which are still having some difficulty moving in the game. If we update the board right now to this position, we have this one after a couple of moves. They're here. The engine is giving the usual 000 nonsense, but the game is wild still. This exposed king, can white get anything with rook to b7 is the question. Right now, king f6 is the computer's first defensive line, but who knows what's going to happen here. This is pure chaos as they go down to the final minutes ticking down in this wild game.
Thank you, Maurice.
Wow.
Wild indeed.
Wild, yes.
But that is a remarkable decision, actually, by Nepo to capture when b6 is so compelling.
Yes.
You just think, march up the board, go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he must have been, I mean, b6 is very natural, but I guess he must have been seduced by this idea of bringing a rook to the b line.
And the exposed black king.
Yes.
But that's a Donnybrook. Anything can happen, but it looks to me like Levon is reeling home the whole point. He had a very nice tactic. Cristian, show us the tactic that Levon uncorked.
Absolutely. So in this position after knight d7, we discussed the weakness of the dark squares in white's position. So Levon played the move knight to f3, controlling the e5 square, and after knight e3, which looks as if it's winning an exchange, bishop takes f7 came on the board, and let's see what the position looks like. Bishop takes f7, king f8 was played. If king takes f7, this is huge problems after knight to g5, king g8, queen to b3. The king is going to die very, very quickly. After king f8, queen f2, knight takes f1, bishop takes c8, rook e8, queen f1, h6, knight d4. This is just simply a piece up. The black king is actually the one in trouble, and this is just going to be game over very, very quickly.
And the clock is also a huge
and in
factor.
fact, as we can see, there's been a handshake, so it's all over for Jabova. The 96 coming in, it looks.
Yeah, well, we knew that Jovova is a great player. He has some extraordinary victories, but he's also susceptible to time trouble, and he gets in those positions where there's so much action, he just freezes a bit. I mean, he's looking at so many creative ideas, and this is not a time control where you can play perfect chess. You have to play practical chess. I
agree, but I also think that he played into Levon's hands. Like we all know, Levon likes the center.
Yes.
You know, you don't. I would never have allowed e4, d4, f4, and you know, with h3, g4, always something to consider. I think.
Yeah, that offside bishop got trapped. Yeah. All right, what do you have remaining for us, Cristian?
Well, huge developments in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Giri. In this position, after queen b5, this move was played, rook to c6, and queen b3 came down the board. Now, I'm going to say queen d1 is the threat, queen d1, queen g4, or queen h5. The black king is very, very unsafe in this position. He's feeling the pressure. According to the engine, actually, white is just simply winning because you do not have this move rook h6 to exchange the rooks because of the move queen g8, king f6, rook f8, and this is just lights out. So obviously, the position is much easier to play for white because of the king safety. As Maurice was pointing out, black is in deep trouble. Anish Giri might have spoiled the winning advantage and is now facing defeat.
Wow, yes. And your favorite Grunfeld, we kind of lost track of the game between Wesley So and
last time we
MBL.
saw that we thought that black had the upper hand, you know, with the whites having an unsafe king. But looking at this final position, I'm thinking.
Looking at the current position.
Current position, yes.
Well, we just saw this move, rook on f8 to g8. We all like those one-move checkmating threats. Queen g2 is on tap.
Yep.
How's the position going on between these two great players?
It seems to be equal at the moment. Queen f2 is the move, the forced move, because we have to defend the g2 pawn, and after queen takes c5, queen takes c2, there's just simply going to be a perpetual after king h1, queen to a1. Wherever you go, I'm going to find the check on the board, and there's simply no going out from there. So I'm expecting a quick draw to ensue.
Rook g8, I think, is a very nice
Very nice move.
Counter-attacking, defensive move at the same time, yeah.
Typical of the Grunfeld. And wow,
Yes.
okay, this, all three results, I thought Anish was the one who was in control, but that rook h4 move was so very upsetting. And now Nepo in great shape.
Yes, I think
very
we're going to look
impressive.
at
We've seen him having these fast starts. I was watching him in Baku as he was playing for the Russian team in the Olympiad, where he started 7 wins in a row, and only Wesley put a stop to that massive win streak he had. And that was one of the reasons why the U.S. was able to win gold medals, pardon me, at the Baku Olympiad. Sending it over to you, Cristian.
there must be a mating here attacking.
It's,
It looks
I mean, I wouldn't want to play this position with 13 seconds, but I'm not sure I would want to play the position with 4 minutes either. What's going on here?
No, this is simply completely winning for White
the queen
for
is,
plenty of reasons. Rook h7 was played, but even a move such as rook 3 to h5 to cage this king on f6, and right now rook h7 is a big threat. This is just lights out. Instead, he played rook h7, and I think Anish Giri just simply lost on time, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, no, he resigned.
Or he just simply resigned.
He resigned.
Yeah.
The queen is trapped.
The queen is trapped. You go queen g6, rook h6. I'm going to
Okay.
grab that
Yeah.
queen, and your king is still not safe. You're still going to get checkmated. So yeah, this was a beautiful, beautiful play in my opinion by White. He made use of his counter chances. He opened up the position towards the black king, and he made use of all his options, attacking options.
But I think Anish is the one who's kicking himself
because it should have been a straightforward defense.
defense.
It should have been straightforward defense, extra pawns, and it was completely unnecessary, like rook e6.
Wow.
So,
and our last game is still
We
ongoing.
predicted a draw,
we
so
had
let's
to
check
do-
out the current position.
Yes. Where does it stand? Let me bring it up. Nope, that was not it. No. Well, we have. Oh, that's here. It is. And we have, oh no, the old ending with the pass out a pawn. I didn't think that this was necessary.
How did they get?
Cristian, the game is of course a draw.
Yes.
But how did White?
this happen?
White get an opportunity? The sunny side of this torture. Maurice.
Well,
No, he's not
Okay.
ready for it. So Cristian, what did MVL do to get himself a pawn behind?
Well, I'm not really sure. We did get this position on the board, and here, instead of playing just queen d4, starting to give the checks, king h1, queen a1, king h2, queen e5, I'm just hunting down your king. You can never go to h3 and try for a win, because queen g3 is just mate on the board, so everything is just forced. Instead of that, in this position, Black played the move rook to e8, going after this pawn on e4, and after queen f3, queen takes e4, queen takes e4, rook takes e4, rook to c8, king g7, rook c7. We grab the pawn on a7. It's still a draw, but is unnecessary complications, which MVL accepted. I still think it's going to be an easy draw for him, though.
Sure. Let's go to Maurice and Leuven.
Yep.
Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, we're looking at that other game, and it looks like a likely draw between MVL and Wesley So. If that happens, then we have someone standing in clear first by himself. He is there at the moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, I can't think you believe you may have deserved this victory. It wasn't the cleanest victory in the world, but you showed some incredible tenacity to be able to make this game incredibly hard for him to win, and finally, he stumbled against all the tricks that you were coming up with.
Yeah, well, I don't think I really got anything after the opening because, okay, this is a very close line, very tense and very, very fresh, so not many games played in this line so far. Well, of course, my first blunder is the whole idea with knight e4 and queen e4, and then queen goes back to, to protect the king, and by this moment I thought that, okay, it's not going to be good for me at all. It's not going to be easy. But then, okay, I thought at least I would try to, threat him mate in one couple of times, and here and there, and maybe after I put my queen on c4 or something like was able to bring my rook back to e4. Maybe it's not that clear already, so it's clearly winning for black, but already he cannot win by any move, so it became more or less unclear for him. And then, okay, in time trouble, I found out that it's extremely easy for me to play, like this b5 stuff, and okay, my king is placed much better than his. And then, you know, those pawns e5, d4, they became a beautiful cover for my king, so I could never be worried about some checks or some stuff. And I think the moment he played a 5 f4, so it was a little bit provocative. King h2, not really threatening rook g3 because of rook h6 check. And then, okay, I played king h2 and he answered with f4. And then I thought that maybe I'm going to leave this because he can never give me a check. And you know, my play is simple, just, you know, threat mate in one and so on.
Threat mate in one. If only it was that simple. You showed amazing tenacity in this game and creativity to be able to come back and actually win the game in such a dominant style. You are currently leading the tournament by yourself. I mean, when you were traveling all the way to come here, would you have imagined against these players that you would be in first place clear after only 2 rounds? It looks, and the game has ended in a draw. In fact, so it is official. You are by yourself in first place in this tournament.
Why not? Why not? I mean, it's only 2 rounds to go, and when they speak again after 9 rounds, and miraculously save my lead, and then it will be, you know, more or less unexpected. But you know, this is only 2 out of 2, and anybody here could score the same.
Indeed. Well, maybe anybody could, but you have. Congratulations on this victory, and we wish you the best in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Jan Nepomniachtchi standing by himself in this tournament as the clear leader in first. A great start for him, needless to say.
Certainly a great start. So let's check out how the results of round 2 affected the standings. So in the lead with a clean 4 points out of 4, we have Ian Nepomniachtchi, wildcard. And then tied for second, we have 3 players, world champion Magnus Carlsen and MVL and Wesley, so all on 3 points.
Our 3 Parisian players tied for second, so very impressive start for Nepo. And the players are really bringing an incredible brand of chess, very sharp. 3 victories, 2 draws in the second round after 4 victories and 1 draw in the first.
Yeah.
Wow, we're just spoiled.
We are being spoiled. I mean, if you expect, you know, just grandmasterly draws, you know, 20 moves of Gioca Piano, no, as we saw, it was...
Maybe it's the time controls that are bringing out this incredible sporting quality in the players, because they are not taking any prisoners. They are playing all out for the wins.
Definitely. So,
Cristian, some thoughts before we go on our break after this round 2?
What an exciting start, guys. Gloves are off. Magnus Carlsen is playing very, very nice nice chess. He dominated Levon Aronian in first round, and after that he showed his theoretical knowledge by simply just drawing out of the bath against Vasily Ivanchuk. So Magnus Carlsen still in contention. This is just the beginning of the tournament. We have so many rounds left, so much exciting chess. This is going to be an explosive affair. So stay tuned, because we still have 1 round today.
Very
Thank
nice.
you. So before we go into our break, we have a little feature on the players' thoughts as to who their favourites are in this one. So this was asked before the tournament started. So let's hear their thoughts, and we'll see you soon.
Well, there are certainly a few strong players coming both with me from Paris and also who didn't play in Paris. I think Maxime again will be very strong. Levon, Vlad, maybe Vichy. He was. I mean, he won the Champion Showdown last year in St. Louis.
Lots of guys are in very good shape recently. So Magnus and MVL played extremely well in Paris, which is the same format. Levon was very dominant in Norway.
Every time a world champion is playing a tournament, he's always a favorite. So I think Magnus.
Well, especially in Rapid and Blitz, which are Magnus, Maxime definitely. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is especially strong in this format.
Everyone here is a good player, and everyone can win this tournament, so you never know. I cannot say about anyone. For example, Magnus Carlsen just win in Paris, so it's very hard to repeat it again, So maybe he's not so clear favorite as all other players, I think, in my opinion.
I don't see myself as a favorite in this event. I think Magnus Carlsen is a favorite in every event he takes part in. Other than that, Vaclav Graf's done very well in Paris. It will be natural to pick him as well. I think Wesley So has lost his form entirely. I don't think he's going to be fighting for things. Yeah, it's very likely the Maxim, Vaclav Graf, and maybe a guy like me who will be in shape.
It's difficult to predict who is going to win because, you know, everybody can play well, but then just one bad day, and, you know, in blitz it goes very quick. You can lose one game after another, getting irritated by yourself, by your play, and then you just spoil it all. But it's quite easy to predict who is going to be the main challenger, who is going to fight for the first place. And I'm afraid I might not be in this list, but we will see.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the Your Next Move 11 stage of the Grand Chess Tour 2017. So it's our third and final round of the day.
Absolutely, Jovi. And I'm just looking at that webcam shot of the City Hall of Leuven, and I'm just thinking to myself, what a gorgeous, gorgeous staging
gorgeous,
for
right.
a Grand Chess Tour event. Wow, I'm sure the players are happy about it.
Yeah, so let's check out the standings so
Indeed,
far.
after 2 rounds of play.
So in the lead, we actually have a clear early leader, and it's one of our wildcards, Ian Nepomniachtchi. He's on 4 points out of 4. In a tied second place, we have world champion Magnus Carlsen, Maxim Vasilograf, and Wesley So, all on 3 points. And
the player, Vladimir Kramnik, who is super solid reputation, and deservedly so. He's 50%. But he got there. They got there by winning and
losing. Yes, both of them won and lost a game. And well, Vladimir Kramnik especially hasn't been playing very solid, stable chess. But let's take a look at the pairings for round 3.
Our third and final round of the day.
And already I can see some very exciting matchups. So we've got MVL versus Vladimir Kramnik. That has to be one to watch. And of course, Magnus versus Wesley. Has Wesley played himself into form? And kind of hoping, yes, it was a bit sad to see what happened in Paris.
Our 2 Grand Chess Tour champions, Magnus in 2015, Wesley So in 2016.
Yeah, this is going to get, this is going to get personal, I think.
Exactly.
And then we have Jobova versus Ivanchuk.
If you can properly guess that one, it's like guessing the lottery.
If you can guess the opening, then you're on, you're onto lucky things. So then we have Anish versus Levon. So Anish obviously is out of the blood, and Vishy Anand versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. So it's our early leader.
And play has begun.
Wow! So play has already begun, and let's have a look at. Okay.
We've got Vishy Anand versus our tournament leader Nepo, and Vishy has opened e4 and gone right into a Najdorf with h2, h3, which for some reason has become a popular trend against the Najdorf. A lot of the white players having difficulty meeting the Najdorf. They've fallen back on this h3 with the idea of g4, and that's why we've seen h5. Yeah. And the players are blitzing right out of the gate. I mean, somebody's got to tell them they have a 10-second delay.
Well, there's no need to use it. This is the thing, there's no point, you don't stall the time. So if you've got the if you
If you know what you're going to do,
just do it. Just do it and
okay,
fluster. Get your opponent flustered.
So Queen D3. Well, first of all, this early sortie with the bishop, Bishop G5 takes F6, not even being asked. Basically, White is saying, I've purposefully misplaced the black queen on the F6 square, but he's given up the two bishops to do it. This queen on F6, by the way, is keeping an eyeball on the F2 pawn, so it doesn't make it that easy for the white king to go queenside. For sure, and there we see it right away. So knight D5 in this exact moment. So why did the queen have to come to D3? Why didn't he play knight D5 earlier? I'm not sure what the theoretical variation is. We're going to have to rely upon Cristian to clear our cobwebs on that one. But where are you looking, Cristian? What game has caught your attention?
I'm just looking at the beginning of the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. I was very curious to see what Wesley So is going to choose as his opening of choice, because he lost a really, really bad game in Paris against Magnus. He lost in 20-something moves. So the psychological edge is definitely on Magnus' side, who's been beating Wesley everywhere he's catching him. In the Pro Chess League, if I remember correctly, in Paris. So he seems to be his client for the moment. And right now we have this position on the board. Knight B D7 has been played, bishop to D2. Most probably black is going to take on C5 with either the bishop or the knight. Bishop with E2 is going to be essayed, getting rid of this pin on the H5 D1 diagonal. And this is going to be just a long maneuvering game. White is going to preserve an advantage due to the fact that black is having this IQP on D5, and whether Magnus is going to be able to convert that, we shall wait and see. But for the moment, very, very complicated game. Magnus is still having a slight opening edge.
In his Nimzovich treatment of the Nimzovich. Constantly the opening tabia of the Joko piano being featured in the game between MVL and Vladimir Kramnik. MVL's brought a new idea to his game. The players repeating the 2016 World Championship match game between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin. And after this move, knight H5,
Bishop G3.
Bishop G3. MVL came up with a very nifty idea after knight B8, knight C6 to B8, repositioning the knight. Well, I like this idea of the knight coming to E3. It's very nice, eyeballing both the D5 and F5 square. The fact that he hasn't castled early has a suggestion that G4.
Maybe this also kind of stops Bishop E6 ideas, because obviously you can't go Bishop E6 just yet because perhaps there's some Queen B's, Queen B3 in the air, and also G4, G5. You know, if you're feeling that way inclined.
Very hard to guess the moves. Knight A6 was the choice of Vladimir Kramnik, bringing the knight in the game. I thought he was going to play it in Breyer style, where the knight goes to D7 and it makes this journey over to the king side via the F6 square. So that game early.
Interesting.
Yes. And we have a English. I'm a happy camper suddenly, and my ears perked up. This is between Anish Giri and the Vaughan Aronian. Anish C4, knight F6, and we get into the very standard stuff with this early knight D5, E4, and B3. Whoa.
B3, G5. What's
Whoa.
Talk us through this one, expert.
Exactly. B3, Bishop B2. This is a very, very different approach than the things I'm used to. Is this the latest and greatest in opening theory? Hard for me to tell. I'm rather confused. Let's see what's happening. Knight takes D5. C takes D5. Knight E5.
And there is a question to the knights. What's happening?
Yeah, basically closing this diagonal for the time being, and saying to White, dude, your knight's high and dry over here on the h4 square. How are you going to get out of this? I don't have a good answer. Christian?
No. maybe F4. F4 could be an answer.
F4.
Okay, let's go over to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, a strategically interesting, fascinating game, in fact, between our tournament leader as Black, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and the former world champion. That is a 5-time former world champion, Vishwanathan Anand. This game started off in the H3 Najdorf, very topical line nowadays, and immediately Nepomniachtchi played with this idea of H5, making sure that G4 never happens. That, of course, weakens this G5 square, weakens some of those squares on that side, Bishop E6, and White went straight for the weakness of the D5 square by trading Queen D3, Knight D7, and now Knight to D5, and there he has a Knight on a very strong square. Now watch this, Queen drops back to D8, castles Queen side, B5, controlling that side, and now this Knight to C3, and we know when Knights are connected in this way, they can be called superfluous Knights. Dvoretsky made this phrase famous, the late Mark Dvoretsky, wonderful trainer who died recently. The idea that both these Knights are fighting for the D5 square, you like to pick one of them up, maybe get Black to intentionally play Bishop D5 so that this Knight can be the sole Knight of that square and you somewhat dominate, but not to be Rook to B8. Now the threat is B4 to try to chase away one of those Knights. Anand played Knight to B4 himself. Now he's going to replace this Knight on D5 with the other Knight going to D5. Nepomniachtchi played this move, Queen G5 check. As a Sicilian player, Najdorf player, this kind of move seems very strange to me. Bringing your queen away from this side to plant it on a side of the board where White is almost certainly going to look for some kind of breaks with F4, eventually maybe G3 and F4. Clearly has some kind of point to this after King B1, Knight to C5, Queen F3. Note how White is dominating the light squares. When he played Bishop takes Knight and gave away his dark square Bishop, it was a very clear sign. Now Black has one less minor piece that can control the light squares. This Bishop will never control the light squares. White has 3 pieces that can control the light squares. So after Queen to F3, he played Bishop to E7, and now Knight, the other Knight to D5. This Knight looking to go into the C6 square. A very complex battle as it's the 2 bishops versus the Knights that have the D5 square. How this will transpire, it's really, to me, a fascinating game as a Sicilian player. We'll see as this game develops, as Nepomniachtchi tries to keep his lead, a surprising lead, I'm sure, to most people here, as one of the tail enders, one of the wild cards, is leading the tournament to start after 2 rounds.
Thank you,
Thank
Maurice.
you, Maurice. So,
during that, we were just looking at this crazy game that's going on between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian. This Knight on H4 is trapped, but we were trying to make heads and tails of what's going on in this piece sacrifice line where I take the pawn on E4, and if you take the Knight, we now collected 2 pawns, but we've got this massive threat in the position Rook G1 check, which is just a massacre. Levon thrown backwards, but is this a speculative piece sacrifice? Christian, what say you?
I'm definitely impressed by Anish Giri's preparation, which, by the way, I think it is preparation, because in this position, as you mentioned, Yasser, after knight e5, f4, this leads to like huge complications, and the position is nowhere near clear. Instead of that, Black got a little bit greedy. He's going for the piece. He wants to grab that piece, but the problem is, as you mentioned, the G file is opening, and there's going to be some problems on that G file. After bishop e4, G takes h4 is actually a bad move. As you mentioned, G takes h4 and Rook G1 is coming with tempo. The better move in that position is after knight b8, bishop e4, f5. Now you have 2 pieces on piece. The question is, where are you going to put this bishop? You no longer have Rook G1 with a check. So you probably want to go back to D3, then I'm going to take here. And whenever you're going to take back, I can simply take back, Rook to G1, and now my king escapes to F7. And somehow the king is making his way towards the center, where he is unexpectedly safe. Instead of that, after knight b8, a very powerful move. If Giri finds this, then Black is going to be in huge trouble, and that is queen to c2. I'm threatening to play queen takes to e4 and then queen d4 to grab the initiative on the long diagonal. Now, the problem is, after f5, the next move is a thematic break that everybody should pay attention to, and that is G4. G takes H4, G takes F5. We're breaking up Black's pawn structure, and this is just almost game over for Black after Bishop takes E4, Rook to G1, potentially long castle. If you try to defend with Queen G5 against Rook G1, I can simply just go long castle, and then Rook G1 is coming. The king seems to be in dire straits for sure.
And that final position you have, by the way, on your screen, it's making me laugh. It resembles some of my crazy house games, because the pawn structure, you have 3 pawns on D2, E2, and F2, but you also have pawns on F5 and D5, and you think, you know, like, this is a study almost. How does White achieve such a structure like that? But wow. Moves. Queen C2 and G4, what a beautiful, beautiful concept. And you know what? Queen C2 is on the board.
Queen C2 is on the board, and like I said, I have a feeling Anish Giri did see this position on his computer before the tournament. He's such a well-prepared player. His theory is top-notch, always up to date. And these ideas have been seen by Anish Giri, 100%.
And we have some more moves in there.
We have some more moves after Queen C2.
Queen C2, I think G takes H4 was played, and now Bishop takes E4. If you go F5 right now, I don't have to retreat my Bishop to D3. I can just simply take here. The problem is if you take, I'm going to go Rook G1, King F7, Rook G7, King E8, and now I have this extra move, Queen takes E4, that leads to mate. This is game over. So after Bishop takes E4, I think this is the position we have on the board, but I'm not really sure how Black is planning to defend. This seems to seems like Aronian just entered Giri's preparation.
Well, I do see a mate in one.
Exactly. So you
Bishop takes H7 is very visual, isn't it?
Yeah,
so F5 looks more or less required. I don't.
But okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so F5 has to be played. Pawn
G3
takes
H4, two
Pawn
pawns.
takes H4, and then
open
now
king.
we need
a really good move for Black. And all of Black's pieces, by the way, on the queen side.
And I was trying to make Queen takes H4 work, but then maybe there's some Rook check and Queen takes. Oh,
looks good for Anish.
It does.
A game nobody could guess, of course, the opening, and that is between.
No one wants to walk off the stage first, losing.
Jovova and Vasile.
Yes.
We had a
Did
French
we see
defense.
nothing unorthodox then?
Yeah, and 92, it's a well-known variation, but it's not popular at the highest levels. Jovova, he is a man who walks his own path, especially in the openings. But the players have reached a kind of normal-ish, normal French, I want to say. But we know Jovova as a headhunter, and we could easily guess that he would want to play a move like Rook H3. He's the rovers, you know, getting his rook into the game, and there he goes, Rook G3.
But this sounds, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Looking at,
it's the caveman approach.
It is the caveman approach, but I compare it to like a Caro-Kann type thing, and there, you know, you often see this type of attacks.
Yes.
There's a pawn on a black pawn on H6, and then G4, G5 is. But these these horizontal moves with the rook, they've never been too worrying. So,
no.
And when
especially,
C5
like
comes,
you say, when the pawn isn't on H6, Black does have the extra defensive option of G7, G6.
Yes.
Queen B8 by Vasile, trying to remind White that he's got a certain problem here. It takes on D4, and Knight F4 is hanging.
Exactly. But before we look further, let's go over to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, a very strange set of decisions being made by Nepomniachtchi in his game against Anand. I talked about this line in the Najdorf. It's not every day you see the queen journeying to the king side in the Najdorf. So I really wanted to learn from what he was doing, why he chose to play this way. And after bishop e7, knight cd5, bishop to d8. And now this bishop on this diagonal looks like it's potentially journey to the other side of the board, or maybe protect with some ideas for a5. Still not exactly sure with knight c6 being possible. Anand decided to just calmly develop to see what Black intended. and now rook to b7, and now this knight back to e3. So the knight left c3 is now on e3, and this knight's going to be able to go to d5. You see the knights switching places. And when I say instantly, the next move came instantly after knight e3, queen to f4, which that just looks like a bizarre decision. And Anand instantly jumped on it and said, all right, let me take this and play knight f5. And the g7 pawn's hanging, the d6 pawn is hanging. If you play bishop takes knight, pawn takes, suddenly this beautiful diagonal, all the dark squares, the light squares are weak, the d6 pawn is weak, white's structure is better than black's. Instead of that, an instantaneous as well decision, Castles just giving away the d6 pawn. And I know, Yaz, you're somebody who likes pawns. That looks like a pawn. And I'm also asking, what about the h-pawn? What is Nepomniachtchi doing in this game? Did he just drop material out of nowhere? Bizarre set of last moves for him to get into this position where it just looks like, to my eyes, it just looks lost.
Indeed, kind of a shocking development for our tournament, early tournament leader,
Yes.
Nepo, in big trouble against Vishy Anand. And another player who I think is in big trouble
It's
is Levon Aronian.
Levon, our man of the moment.
Yeah, when we reached this position where mate in one was a threat, and Levon defended against that threat with the move rook, not f7, f5, but rook on f8 to e8. I've been looking at a pretty straightforward line of play for white, which is give me the pawn, bishop takes h7 check, the king has to go to f8. Now this nifty little queen sally. Queen comes up to c4, attacking the bishop. If the bishop were to step back, say to the a5 or c5 square, I want to slide across the board, queen f4, eyeballing this h6 square,
And
as well as the
also bishop f6.
Yes. And Levon is going to have to cough up some material to thwart what looks like a really strong attack. Christian.
Well, yes, sir. When I said you're in good shape today, I wasn't lying. Once again, you're playing the best computer moves, and absolutely, this is the best organization of pieces white can get. Queen to c4, queen to f4, very beautiful maneuver with tempo. Very important. You cannot lose tempo. If you lose tempo, black is just going to bring his knight to e5, knight d7, knight e5, and he's just going to clog your attack. Queen c4, very strong move, was played by white, and right now Lev is thinking in this position. Once again, if he goes bishop c5, I go queen f4, and now the only move that somehow survives is rook e5, but after bishop takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, this doesn't look very promising for black. I'm simply going, I can even enter an endgame after knight d7, queen h8, exchange the queens, and then take on h4. Again, I have so many pawns. These powerful pawns in the center are going to play an important role moving forward, and I think Giri will get his first win of the tournament.
Well, we shall see. Looking at the game between MVL and Vladimir Kramnik, I noticed that MVL really has delayed his kingside castling maneuver because with the rook on h1, he wants to try to make hay out of his double pawns on the g-file.
And it stops any g6. If he castles kingside, I mean,
no.
maybe there's some at some stage
g6. Get my knight in
but
trouble.
I mean, I think the king is pretty safe. It can tuck itself away on g2 if it
I
needs.
always like those maneuvers of castling by hand where you purposefully leave the rook on the h-file so that you may play a knight h6 sacrifice.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Vladimir's in trouble. I mean, he hasn't made any obvious or glaring errors, but it just seems with this knight on f5 that white's leading in that game. Let me just go to the game. But let's go to Maurice first. Maurice.
Well, confusing games afoot so far this round. That game you guys mentioned, well, it looks as though Anish Giri is well within his preparation and allowing this position by Aronian. Been a bit difficult. Certainly the one with Nepomniachtchi just giving a pawn to Anand. And you want to talk about another gift in this game. Jobava decided to be very aggressive with the move rook h3, c5, the natural break in the middle of the board, rook g3, looking to try to build some pressure, although there are no pieces that are going alongside it just yet. Queen b8, trying to exploit some potential along this diagonal. And in a mystifying way, Jovanka just played the move bishop to d3. And after bishop d3, cd4, he just dropped a pawn. He can't capture back because the knight's hanging. This queen on b8 will just simply take the knight. So he had to play the move bishop to d2. Now, if this sacrifice is good, I know Jovanka does some amazing sacrifices. He plays enterprising chess. If this is good, though, man, this guy is a stone-cold genius. This looks like it's a pawn. And I'm sure, Yasser, you're thinking, that's a pawn, yum, yum. And the last move, bishop to d6, accentuating the pressure on this diagonal. You got to wonder, what in the world is the compensation that Jovanka has for this position, a big d-pawn in the middle of the board? It looks like black's just cruising.
Yeah, no disagreement by me there. It looks like Vasil, with this move, bishop d6, has really wrong-footed this hyper-aggressive idea, attacking idea by Jovanka, and it's not looking good for the Georgian wild card.
I agree. Maybe we should check on our leaders, our two Grand Chess
leaders. Yeah, okay, and that was between Magnus Carlsen, of course, and Wesley So. Exactly. Wesley came out of the opening looking like a shiny penny. He's really done very well for himself. Back here in these parts, I thought that Magnus may be able to squeeze out a little something, but after these very precise moves by Wesley, I thought the game was dead even here. Rook d8, h3, h6, and then this little bit of a surprising move, rook takes d, giving up the d file, because now there is a rook d4. Maybe Magnus has something, but it sure looks even to me. Rook c8 looks like the natural move, developing the rook. Yep. Okay, I don't really have anything else going for me than rook d4. Are we going to go check?
Yep. I'm going to go for check, and then I'm going to defend my pawn. Or unless...
With back.
Yeah, with back.
Because you also have this interesting move, queen e1.
Yeah,
but okay,
that's
but
Magnus.
that's a grotty way of playing
no,
for a draw. But queen e7 looks pretty even. So Wesley will be pleased with the outcome of this position. Cristian, over to you.
Oh, absolutely. I think Wesley So definitely got the better out of Magnus after that opening. And right now the game is just heading towards an easy draw for him. With that being said, we've seen Magnus in his prime, let's call it 2-3 years ago, when he could squeeze water from stone. In recent years, though, he has problems converting those type of minimal advantage. But I want to look at the game between Vachier and Kramnik. In this position, Vachier played the move g3, and I want to analyze this structure a little bit. Black definitely has the bishop pair. That's an advantage. White has the slow play king f1, king h1, and the open h file. But I want to point out to the defensive mechanism, Kramnik s8, putting the bishop on f6, strongly defending the pawn on e5, and the dark squares around the king. Any breakthrough is right now basically impossible because of the combination of this knight on e6 and the bishop on f6. I really like what he did. And after a move such as rook e8, next I'm going to play a5, potentially b5. I don't think you want to castle on the queen side, because after that a5, b5 is really coming down, coming down towards your king. And if you don't do that, if you go something like king f1, I go a5, king g2, perhaps I can even go a move such as rook a6, rook b6 to put some pressure on your pieces. This is going to be a very, very complex middle game, and whoever has the better understanding, better time management will prevail. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, back to this Jovanka game, and this is why he was invited to this tournament, because he plays such enterprising chess. Sometimes it works out beautifully, and sometimes you just lose material. But he has gone for it in this position. Down a pawn, looks like black is starting to control the game along this long diagonal. And he said, well, if I'm down a pawn, why not go down a rook? If I could just get the move, the computer didn't want me to play it. Rook takes g7 with check suddenly, king takes, and then the move queen to h4, looking to play queen g5 and win back his material. So Ivanchuk played h6. The Indians like bishop to e7 in this chaotic position, and Jovanka, but still h6 is a great move. And Jovanka said, Okay, I'm just going to play rook e1. I'm down a rook, I know. Your king is exposed. I'm going to go on the attack and see what you do. Incredible sacrifice. Who would just sacrifice a piece and calmly just keep improving the position of his pieces? And after rook to e1, the game saw rook to e8, and Jovanka has continued in wild style and played knight takes e6, sacrificing his knight on e6. Don't ask me what's going on. The engines are saying that white is worse. Yes, it's a piece sack. If you play pawn takes, apparently yet another sack is coming. Bishop takes h6 with check. Of course, king takes doesn't work because of one quick queen takes, and then after takes, it's mate. So that's his point. F takes e6 is met by bishop to h6 with check, and king f7, the simple f4, I say simple, the calm is what I mean, f4, continuing the game as though you didn't just sacrifice more and more material. This game has gone completely wild. F takes e6 is on the board after the knight sacrifice. We're anticipating, and he has done it, in fact. Bishop takes, king to f7 is on the board. He has sacrificed a rook. He sacrificed a knight. He's only got, count them, 2 pawns for a rook and a knight. This guy is wild. Jovanka playing some crazy chess here with compensation. Will it be enough, or is it just bluff? We will see what happens as one of the wildest games we've seen in rapid chess transpires as we speak. Guys?
Wow, thank you. It's like a machine gun, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something has got to hit.
I spoke with Jovanka at the Tata Steel, and I said to him that I really thought that he played in the style of Najmudinov, Soviet master player, not grandmaster, Soviet master player, who was known for his wild, sacrificial, speculative sacrifices. And he won some of the most spectacular games in the Soviet era. And Jovanka looked at me, and his eyes widened. He said, "Really? You think I played like Najmudinov?" Thank you. I mean, he was really, wow. But this is an inspiring game. Will he hit his mark, or is he badly missed? You know what? At this time control, the initiative and putting pressure on your opponent is huge.
I mean, it's always scary, but
yeah,
it's also
12
scary
minutes to 14 minutes.
It's also scary for Badu because one false step and that's it.
Yeah, he's
down
huge masses of material. But look at this. There are these issues. Bishop g6 check, Bishop g7. And don't be shocked if a rook e6 comes in.
Is there a natural kind of defensive move that for Ivanchuk, like?
Yes, suggestions.
Suggestion? Well, yeah, I was
natural defensive move. I was actually thinking about Bishop g3, but that's not a natural.
Okay, but that's a greedy move.
That's the greedy.
Okay, so let's see if we can get away with it. Let's try it.
Shall we? Then I have to bring up that game on the screen. I was like,
make you work hard.
I'm telling you, sure have. I think it's all the way at the end. Just a second. Let me go all the way down to the bottom of my screen. And yes, it was the last game on my... So this position, black to play, I don't think you want to stop for rook g8. That's
unless
a, quote, natural defensive move. But
that isn't a very natural defensive move, rook g8. And
you want to stop bishop g6. But you're...
Well,
okay, let's ask the question, shall we?
Yes. What
Bishop... Oh, sorry.
It's white to play. Okay.
No, I think we want to play bishop g6 check, king here. This was the line that we were looking at. And rook f8.
Rook f8?
Well, bishop e5 has some drawbacks to it as well, not the least of which is f4, bishop f4, king over.
Well,
You've got to go back.
We can take.
I know, it's with check.
It's with check, yeah.
But white's kind of happy about this. Let's start with rook f8.
Yeah, that is the instinct, isn't it? Just to return some material, just to clarify the position. So. Yeah.
Well, I'm not taking anything. I'm not going to bring that queen over.
I'm offering.
Bishop f5, bishop d5. That doesn't look healthy. Queen d4. Christian. I don't trust this line. I don't trust the position for white. But having said that. A single misstep and it's over. What's your view of
No,
this?
I completely agree. I don't support the way Jobava is playing this game. There's definitely some gray hairs popping up after such a slugfest. But I want to focus a little bit on a more strategical game because I'm the engine guy, so strategic play suits me definitely. So King F1, B6 was played. I really like what Kramnik is doing in this position, developing his queen side. He asks himself, what is my worst piece? The bishop on c8, the rook on a8. So he's trying to get them out and pressure white. White played king to g2, bishop to b7, rook to h2, preparing rook h1 and potential sacrifices on h6, c5, very, very enterprising, immediately, not wasting any time. We're trying to expand on the queen side. Now I'm threatening the move c4, and whenever you take, I'm going to take on e4. Your king is going to be in big danger once this long diagonal opens up. Bishop c2 was played, and now, if I'm not mistaken, rook c8 is on the board. He's preparing the move c4. I really don't see where White's initiative is. He clustered all his pieces on the king side, but the problem is these two defenders are extremely, extremely powerful, and for the moment are holding a very strong fortress around the king. While on the queen side, I'm going to play c4, and if this bishop opens up, this is going to be bad news for the king on g2. I really like the way Kramnik is playing right now, and after a devastating loss in first round against Wesley, Kramnik is showing very constant practical play.
Well, indeed, his victory over Vishy Anand was really a masterclass. And we do see that MVL, undeterred, is going for it. He just played this move, rook on a1 to h1, and he's making his strategy clear.
Yes,
he's hunting.
That's true, but on the other side, his center is very solid. It's quite stable at the minute. There's nothing.
C4. That's the undermining.
C4. There is that C4
move.
undermining, but even then, I still have some control over.
Well, I love that knight on f5. Of course, it's all about who gets there first with the mostest. Knight h6 is. I mean, as Cristian was very well explaining, the move g4, g5 is stopped thanks to those powerful pieces, and now. We're expecting Vladimir to play rook
takes
on c8, takes c4, and if you could play rook takes e4, that's an automatic exchange sacrifice because that bishop on b7 is so powerful.
So if I went knight e3, you would just.
I'll fall for it.
You'll fall for it, even though I have a. Okay.
Well, I can also take on with the pawn on e4, so I'm not sacrificing anything, and basically he would have blunted MVL's attack. So big things happening there. I'm also looking at the game of Anish Giri. It's a mix of strategical play, also with these sacrifices, and that was the piece sacrifice, but he's gotten an array of pawns, that is to say Anish has, for his piece. Let's just go back. I'm going to bring the position up to make sure
we saw it when White had played queen c4, attacking the bishop.
Right. We had left it at... Right. We left it at exactly at these parts. Levon played knight a6, protecting the bishop. Okay. Anish captured to open up the g file for his rook. Rook e5, blocking the diagonal, and queen came over to f4. Funnily enough, exactly at this moment, I had it in mind that Anish had prepared to move rook g1 to threaten rook g8.
Well, I can always play that, right? So if we follow on from his queen f4, if you were to do something like, I was thinking queen e7 just to protect, or queen somewhere. Maybe, okay, well that loses.
Probably a castles.
And then a rook g. This is what I'm worried about. Okay.
Oops, that went wrong. Castles. There we go. This looks like Anish is frankly having all the fun, and Levon in trouble. 6 minutes to 12 minutes. Cristian, over to you.
Yes, this is completely lost. If White maintains his precision, this is simply game over because Black doesn't have any moves. He doesn't have a way to create counterplay. He doesn't have a way to hide his king. In the line you mentioned, Yasser, queen e7, I think rook g1 just simply stops the game because I'm threatening to go rook g8, king e8, rook to g8, king to d7, bishop to f5, this is game over. The king is trapped.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go queen e7, how are you going to develop your pieces? How are you going to create any sort of problems for white to convert this easy attack? So I don't see Lev faring very well in this position. But I think we have Maurice with some insights from Leuven.
Well, I'm going to have to invite Jabava to Brooklyn because he's playing hustle and flow chess right now. It's incredible the way he is just sacrificing a rook, sacrificing a piece. And then in this position when you think as sharp as ever, where's your attack? How are you going to prosecute it? Where are the pieces that are going to flow forward in this game to maybe have some kind of chance? And Jabava said, I'm just going to play King B1. King B1? Are you kidding me? This kind of waiting move? Well, it is a bit of a bluff because according to the engines, bishop to G3 would have really cost him quite a bit in this position. This one looks like a dominating move after a move like Queen G5, for example, Rook G8, and even after you throw in Queen G6, he can just sidestep and there's no problems. This Rook is in trouble. There are no sacrifices here according to the engines. But this looks dangerous. I mean, that just looks dangerous. You're not sure if it works or not. Ivanchuk decided that it didn't work, and he didn't want to go that route. Instead, he played Rook to G8, and this line gives White a lot more than before, some compensation. In fact, he was down a full 3+ in the game, according to the engines. Now he's only down 1 and change. So the game is getting a little bit closer after King to E7. This position is now White's turn. White could play the move Bishop to G5 and start to force Black to play defense. Instead of pushing White off, he's going to have to play defense for a while. And there's this matter of this D pawn hanging, this pin, the king stuck in the middle of the board. He's still worse, but not by the amount he was before. And remember, he sacrificed a rook, and then he sacrificed a knight for just 2 pawns. So to still be attacking the way he is and being able to play cool, calm moves like King B1. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of his games. But first, he better make sure he doesn't get his teeth punched out here. But he looks like he's the one who's playing with all the boxing chances.
Thank you, Maurice. And remember, it started with just a simple pawn sacrifice or
Exactly.
blunder, however you want to look at it. You take the pawn on D4, then there's a taking on G7, and you take on H6. It just, but there's a flow. And again, chess is a fight between 2 human players. We do not play perfectly, and that's what you try to do. These are elite players. You try to put them in a position where they don't feel comfortable. And one of the things that Jobava does as well as anybody in the world is he's a headhunter. And when he gets on a roll, as we saw in Baku when he was leading the Georgian team, he can be a formidable force. Christian, over to you.
Yes, we have a development in the game between Anish Giri and Lev Aronian. Lev Aronian did play the move suggested by you guys, Queen to E7. Rook G1 was played immediately, and right now Lev Aronian is just thinking and thinking and thinking, but there's absolutely no escape for him. Rook takes E2, I will simply move King to D1. Now if you go Rook takes D2, I can even take Queen takes D2, Bishop takes D2, and once again the checkmate is coming on the board. So after Rook G1, I'm expecting a swift resignation from Lev Aronian.
Yes,
Preparation.
some
What
great
preparation there by Anish Giri. Looking at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, they've been in a major piece heavy ending.
Heavy piece ending.
And it looks like a draw is going to be the result. We're going to see the game is now being reduced after Magnus's last move, Queen takes E4, offering Wesley opportunity to go into a rook ending.
I think he's forced to do it.
Indeed. Queen takes E4, Rook takes E4, Rook takes A2. All rook endings are drawn, and this pawn structure really has nothing to be said for either player. I think that's even.
Yeah.
Christian, back to you.
Another big development in the game between Vashier and Kramnik. In this position, Kramnik could have simply played the move Rook to C5, defending the D5 pawn. Then I'm going to try to play Queen C7, get my pieces out, create some sort of play in the center, and White's attack still is not going anywhere. Instead of that, Black played the move knight to c5. This is a very, very concrete move. Unfortunately, it breaks one of the rules of the defending side in this type of positions, and that is you're removing your best defender from the surroundings of your king. And right now, if g5 will be played, Black is starting to face serious backlash after bishop takes g5, knight takes g5, queen takes g5, rook to h5. Everything is coming with tempo, and this position is starting to look pretty bad, especially because of the fact this rook on c4 is a little bit trapped. So after the move rook takes d5, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, you have absolutely no square to place that rook, and this position just looks very, very bad for Kramnik. Something went wrong. Knight c5, leaving the king exposed like that and allowing g5 was not the correct solution. So a bit of a misassessment there from Vlad.
But how realistic do you think this is with g5? I mean,
very,
I think
very
g5.
realistic.
G5 I can imagine is the move, but
but to realize that the rook is hovering left in midair on the c4 square. But it's a nice tactic. And one of the things that I really recognize about today's modern players is their extreme, I want to say, alertness. They see the tactics so extraordinarily quickly. I mean, I remember in my day we're trying to calculate combinations. We had a 40 moves in 2.5-hour time control. These guys see it in rapid chess, and they're astonishing. I'm just looking also in the game of Vichy Anand versus our tournament leader, Nepo. Vichy now has 2 connected pass pawn advantage, and he looks like he's actually cruising to victory. He looks very, very good in this game currently at this moment.
I don't see any counter chances for...
Not at all. This rook on e6 after a move, for example, I'll just put a move on the board, king d7. I'm just going to slide my rook over here, and these pass pawns will have their say.
Exactly. So let's go over to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, as you said, Yasser, defense wins championships, and Ivanchuk showing that he is indeed the world rapid champion, and he's not just going to go down in flames to some bogus sacrifice. At least he hopes it's bogus. So far, Jobava is keeping the flames alive in this position. He did play the move bishop to g5, queen f8 guarding, and then he took on d4 immediately, rook to d8, bringing the rook finally into the game. You're not up a rook if it's not being used. If it's just sitting over in the corner, we don't even count it. Now that it's in the game and it's working, there it is. He's up a rook and a knight for 3 pawns. f4. You got to be scared of rook takes f5, rook takes e6 at any moment, and something happening on f5. But Ivanchuk said, no problem, I'm going to play bishop to c5, and now he's breathing just a little bit more as this last move, bishop to c5. If you play a move like queen to e5, as Jobava is still thinking about his move, he's down to 1 minute and 23 seconds, by the way. Then rook to d6, and suddenly the threat bishop to d4 is about to land on the board. Black is consolidating the position around his king, and it looks as though Jobava is going to run out of firewood and probably lose this game. Maybe still he has some tricks in store, but things are not looking great for the white attack.
Indeed.
Thank you, Maurice. That clock.
Taking a look at the clock as well.
Yeah, you can see that Jobava is really getting concerned and distracted by the clock. Calculating variations and then quick look to the...
Of course, and you have to remember, he doesn't get any increment. It's just a delay.
It's just a delay, and he is down to about 30-odd seconds and counting close to under a half a minute, but it's the position as well. He sacrificed a rook and a knight for 3 pawns. Queen e5 is the most natural move. Yep. Rook d6, f5.
And then what? f5.
f5, and maybe just simply bishop d5 amongst others.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, even if a pawn gets to e6, I mean,
so
what?
Let's see. Let's just take a look. Queen e5, rook d6, f5. There's even this bishop d4, and he down to 8 seconds. Am I looking at that right? No. I mean
14 seconds.
Oof.
But
after f5, there's bishop d4. I rather like that move. I'm not sure about bishop d5 either, but it's all about Vasil's nerves now.
Exactly, but even if there were no bishop d5s or bishop d4,
there's no
threat. There's
yes.
no threat.
Queen takes and rook takes e6. We've sacrificed too much to be able to give up our queen for rook, knight, and
Yes.
pawn.
And I just think with a pawn on e6, if a white pawn came to e6, well, it's a nice shield, it's nice cover.
There may be one idea. If I get to play f5 takes e6, I do have such ideas as bishop f7 or maybe rook f1, trying to put pressure on f6.
But still,
dodgy.
Bishop d4 played.
Back to you, Christian.
Huge developments in the game between MVL and Kramnik. In this position, Jovi, you were talking about g5 being a realistic move. Apparently not, because MVL didn't even consider it. He played this move knight d2 instantly. Instant reply was rook takes a4, and in this position white played an enterprising move, but unfortunately not a very precise one, and that was b4, missing this counter rook to a2, bishop to b1, and now knight takes e4. After bishop takes a2, knight takes e3, queen to f3 was played, and after e4, black is just simply dominating the whole board. He has a very nice center. The bishop pair is open after a move such as queen e3 or queen f4. Knight takes a2 will be, actually no, knight takes a2 is a bad move. We're going to play bishop g5 first, because if knight takes a2, you're allowing knight takes h6 or rook takes h6, and there are some complications arising. So instead of that, after queen f4, let's actually see what happened. Knight h6 was played immediately, g takes h6, and yeah, this is just game over after queen f4, bishop g5, or even queen takes d1. There's no attack. There's absolutely no attack for white. The bishop on f6, once again, is a tremendous defender, and it is black who has the initiative and mating threats.
E3 is coming there as well for black. E4, E3, and the bishop on b7. Yeah, this has gone wrong.
Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik showing why he's such a formidable player, playing really powerful defensive chess. He's always been a great strategical player. As Garry Kasparov famously said, he knows where to put the pieces. Yeah. He does. He gets it. And he's just playing very nicely. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Another person who knows where to put the pieces is Vasily Ivanchuk. He's been around a while. Chucky makes us all scared. And when he's playing creative chess, there's nothing like it. And he saw the sacrifice. He said, yes, but still, pieces are pieces. You've got to do better than that. And in this position, after bishop to c5, Jovanka played queen a4, trying to keep the embers alive in the position with a threat to the a-pawn. Vasily said, you want my a-pawn? You can have my a-pawn. That's nothing in this position. Rook d4, a powerful centralizing move. Of course, queen a7 just runs into the simple queen a8. Queen's trapped. You've got to trade queens. Your attack is dead. You can call this one over. Instead, after rook to d4, he played queen b3, and the bishop leapt to the d5 square, centralized pieces. Look at black's pieces. A second ago, he was on his back foot. Now he's standing tall and proud. All these pieces attacking the position. Queen c3 played, and Jovanka down to 13 seconds left on the clock. Down in position, down in time, down in material. This one is over, and Ivanchuk will win his first game unquestionably, as the World Rapid Champion shows why he's exactly that.
Thank you,
Maurice. And you can see a very dejected Jovanka there.
Yes,
he knows it's all
recognizing it's all over. Getting off to a very bad start is the Georgian Grandmaster with
no points in this first day.
Also, going down to inevitable defeat is Levon Aronian, as he's way behind in material as well. Against Anish Giri, and after the move queen g5, we call this a spite check.
Yes,
Before you resign, you give your opponent one last check. Queen g5, blocked by queen d2, and Levon resigned. So another decisive game. And Anish Giri
it was a fantastic prep. Absolutely fantastic. And we also have a result in Jovanka versus Ivanchuk. Vasily has won.
Exactly.
So,
and I think Anand also has won against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh, so three decisive results.
Decisive, very quick results. And I want to point out this position in the game between Carlsen and Wesley. Let's look at the clock. Magnus only has 2 minutes. Wesley has almost 6 minutes on the clock. And this position actually reminds me of the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Anish Giri from, I believe, the second round. We are missing a pair of rooks, but we see the biggest differentiator in this position is the king safety. And at the moment, black king is much safer than the white king. Let's say I'm going to play something like rook a5. Obviously, the position is still very close to equality, but with the clock ticking, this is not going to be a trivial defense for white.
Yes, indeed. King safety, a major piece, endgames, is a key factor there. And Magnus,
You think?
A little troubles,
You think?
What is the clock time between the two players? Because
Well,
that, of
Magnus
course,
was
is
down on
important
time by he had 2 minutes, I think, the last time I saw.
So 5 minutes for Wesley So, 1 minute 40 odd seconds for world champion Magnus Carlsen. Rook a5, b4 has just been essayed.
Now a5 is going to come automatically.
Because after the move a5, b takes a5, I can force your king to make a march. Rook b1 check.
Can I?
You can't take, because I've got the old skewer in the pocket, but you'll have to move the king. King d2 gives me an opportunity to pick back the pawn with check.
We don't want to allow that.
Hence, king e2 looks best. Can I make hay from this queen
Well, you could
come
try.
down?
Yes.
Right?
Oops. Nope. Don't do that one, Yasser.
I saw a sidebar just went like shooting through the roof, and oops, queen e5 hands white victory. So
h4 was played, and we now have Wesley So definitely in pole position to win this game. This is crunch time for Magnus, and he's not doing very well. He played a move h4 after a5, queen g1, king e2 was played, and now if black finds this move, rook f5.
He has.
He has found it.
He did play rook f5 very quickly.
It is the natural move, and right now Magnus is forced to play the move f4.
Which he also played.
Has.
Yes.
So
This
picks up the
I can simply just take up
h-pawn.
queen h2, then queen takes h4. Your king is still very much endangered, and I'm a pawn up. So
queen h2 check. But actually, that begs the question: where should white put his king after the move queen h2?
I would go towards d3, but
you're going instinct. The instinct.
The instinct says.
Yeah, your spidey sense starts tingling, doesn't it?
Does.
King to d3. Okay, I imagine actually it's forced because king f3 always leaves you vulnerable to a queen check. So
queen
king
g4
d3.
was played, I think.
Queen g4.
I think so.
Much stronger, by the way, because after queen g4 check, it gives king d3, queen d1 some added punch. This looks very awkward.
This
I think
has gone wrong for
Magnus may have to play a move like queen f3 and
I'm
hope for a
thinking queen
bailout.
f3 and queen takes. What if I grab? If you grab my h4 pawn.
Yes.
And since I don't want to go
Down a pawn.
down a pawn, can I?
You're tempted to regain your pawn with queen takes b7.
Yes, because otherwise I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to lose somehow.
Right. Well, it's one thing to be on the defensive back foot. It's another to be on the defensive back foot and on material. Let's jump to Leuven and Maurice.
Well, we have a high-rated commentator, fairly high-rated commentator in the building right now, Vishwanathan Anand, who won his game. And Vishy, you're following this game as well. And I was about to ask your opinion, but both of us are looking at the computer and it's saying that the guy is busted in this position. You see the way he lost control of this game. Are you surprised that maybe Magnus overpressed in a position like this one, given that his king was somewhat in the middle of the board? He didn't have to play this aggressively.
I didn't follow the game. So that's going to be a problem for this line of commentary. But, I mean, when I first looked at it again, it looked very nice for black. So, but that was like 3 moves ago.
Yes, indeed.
And I had the feeling that it was equal and that Magnus was trying to say that with a rook on d4 he's going to be better. But normally a player of Wesley's level shouldn't allow this. But Magnus has done it before.
Yeah, now his position with his king on d3, we know in queen and rook endings, major piece ending is mainly about king safety. This is not even close to an issue about king safety, although now the engine's going crazy saying he should have taken on b4, and now he's playing this move a4, and the position's being called equal right now.
Yeah, I mean, a4 is just astonishing because ab4, and then, in fact, the king was going to e2 anyway after ab4, which is just to show how bad it was. I'm astonished by a4, but at the board you do some strange things. What can I say?
Looks like time is a factor. We know this game is proceeding apace. I'd just like to get to your game really fast against the Pognachi. Were you surprised by the way he handled this in the beginning? I was a bit surprised. Maybe you can school me on this one, the intuition. When he played queen g5, I was surprised his queen decided to journey to this side of the board. What did you think about this position when it happened in the game?
Well, he played it. I thought it was a bad move, but he looked so confident I couldn't tell anymore. And this is the thing. During the game, he made lots of, I would say, quite bad moves, but he made them with astonishing nonchalance. So I simply couldn't tell. And quite often, I would just sit and think to see if I missed something. Like, for instance, when I went knight e3, he went queen f4 very confidently as if it was the point of the whole line. But in fact, I take and knight f5, and it's just a very pleasant ending. And then he should, instead of castles, he should take on f5 and suffer a bit. So there were some strange moves there. I mean, he can take and castle, and it's not... take and rook h6 or bishop e7. It's ugly, but and of course white is better. But I thought he could have done something along those lines. But in fact, the engine agrees with him. So maybe it's even my position was even stronger than I thought. Yeah, but here essentially I think he's busted already, and all I had to do was not mess up because though I couldn't find a forcing way, the slow plan of first fixing his pawns on the light squares and then slowly undermining them just worked.
Worked indeed. Well, your first win of this event, back to 50%. Wish you luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Vishy, and thank you, Maurice. Well, we have more
we had
results.
A very surprising result, in fact. MVL versus Kramnik.
From a dead lost position.
From completely lost position. Kramnik allowed a draw.
Yes, he overlooked the tactic that gave him a perpetual check. Now, in this key game that we've been watching, Magnus Carlsen has managed to put Wesley So Rook in an eternal pin, and I think that that's what he needed to be able to save this game as well. I mean, it's still an up and down game, but the whole point is the time. The time factor is 20 seconds for Magnus Carlsen versus 3 minutes,
3 minutes
for Wesley So. The question is, can the world champion hold on? Cristian, your thoughts?
I do not think he can save this position. I'm just simply going to move my king g8, and then I'm going to threaten the deadly rook to d6, and that's simply game over because of the fact this queen on c6 protects the important h1 square. So after king h7, h takes g6, rook takes g6, you would love to have this move rook h1, and if king g8, rook h8, checkmate, and so on. But unfortunately, queen takes h1 just simply kills the game. This is not looking good for the world champion.
Let's return to the game and see how it...
As Magnus Carlsen on the edge of his seat in a panic, as his time's ticking down, and he just...
This will be his first defeat. If he loses this...
In rapid chess.
This will be his first defeat in
Paris, he was brilliant.
He's 7 games, 14 games from 18.
This is checkmate. Checkmate.
Is he walking into a checkmate? Yes, he is. Actually,
yes.
My goodness.
Rook to g2.
Rook g2 check, and we can shake hands.
B1.
And this would be a huge, huge victory for Wesley, not just because you're defeating a world champion.
Is Wesley not seeing this?
No, he's seeing it. He'll pick up in just a moment. He's just making sure. He's got 2 minutes. But Wesley's been a bit of a customer for Magnus lately. And what a confidence builder this will be. So it's Wesley So to play. He's just played the move rook g2 check, putting white's king in position. The king had to step up, queen check to the king. Rook c2 check. There's no other choice but king d5. First of all, I could always play queen.
Takes queen.
And then my b pawn will score a touchdown as well as the a pawn. But I suspect queen b3 check is simply mate coming on the board. If king e5, that's one mate.
Yes.
It is over. Queen e6 is mate. And if king e4,
Rook.
well, I got rook c4 as well as others. What?
After rook c4, there was the bar shot up to halfway. So I'm thinking
Oh no,
maybe
there's a potential
potential.
check. Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have done that. Oops. So what was what was Magnus's? Christian, what was Magnus's final move? Queen b3 and Magnus stopped?
After queen b3, from what I see, yeah, that's it. Magnus just resigned.
He has a perpetual check after king e4. If
well,
he
the
went
problem
risk.
is queen e4, just rook c4.
No. It's
That's
a
perpetual
check.
I felt
correct
that as well.
Correct. So after king e4, I'm just going to play the move, maybe rook h2.
Yeah,
but this doesn't look that easy. This doesn't look that easy.
There's a trick. There's a trick in the position.
Exactly.
He probably didn't see.
Why he didn't play for? Why would
I would
he play
assume
for
he just completely missed it. But okay, I mean, there's plenty of ways to win. Rook h2 is one of them. Queen b1 is actually one of them. Perhaps much simpler.
That's a nice one, but.
You cannot take because I just take. You don't have rook h1, so this is just simply game over.
But I would have played king e4.
Yeah, exactly. King e4, and then when he plays queen b1, then we shake hands.
No, he should have definitely played king e4. Did he lose on time? Maybe.
It could be a time loss as well.
It could have been a time loss, but anyway, the position is just hopeless. But a very, very nice finale in the game between Kramnik. Actually, let's go to Maurice first with Anish Giri.
We are with Anish Giri after a victory, a very clean, dominant victory against Levon Aronian. Anish, this game he played, this line against you, it seemed like he was happy to try to win this piece, but it looked like you were well within your preparation in order to win this game.
Yeah, well, in the candidates 2016, suddenly everybody started playing this line after Vichy did it successfully. And somewhere around that time, I prepared a strong motive with b3, and I'm sure that it will occur, any week, because everybody was going for it. And then suddenly everybody stopped. And I was thinking, it's not fair. I mean, I have a nice idea, nobody knows about it, but nobody goes for it anymore. Vichy, as I've been trying to play c4 against Vichy already 20 games, he never goes for it. So I was, finally Levon did, and yeah, it's just very dangerous. I mean, there are many similar things, but b3 right here is new, and it's very hard to face.
Getting this diagonal.
Yeah, the thing is also, if you don't play principles, you lose your e4 pawn. So you have to go with something like g5.
Let's get the camera shot. If you can get back on your spot there. I'll handle the backup a second. All right, back. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, I'll help you out. Don't worry. Bishop b2, knight d5,
yeah,
c d5.
here he must go knight d5. It's also so natural. This is completely unclear. But I was prepared, so I think I still had a better chances, practically speaking.
Okay.
But after knight b8, it looks just it looks totally lost.
Queen c2 was tremendous, and all of a sudden your attack is happening no matter what.
Yeah, I guess bishop e4 is less clear, yeah? Because of f5.
Yes.
Yeah, but it also must be very good. I mean, we cannot play, but this is open. Just cannot be. And I cannot go long castle and have huge positional compensation. But in the game, he just not able to survive. And actually here, I thought he was giving me the birthday present by allowing them checkmate. I should have gone queen e2, so I thought queen e3, he'll go king d7, and I'm going to get my birthday mate. And then he went bishop e6. And I thought, okay, that's just not very nice. I would have gone queen e2 check, and he should resign immediately.
All right, well, that's a nice, easy win for you today. It wasn't exactly all birthday gifts today, but how do you feel about your play as the day has ended?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I played Jan, and as Vichy already said, it's very hard to play Jan because he is making bad moves, but he's sitting there like it's all part of the plan, and it's just very hard to face. So yeah, I cracked. Vichy didn't, but I'm very lucky that I got this nice idea in, and yeah, I think a little bit of a birthday present. So right. Well, I'm satisfied with my result.
Well, enjoy the birthday with your family. I know your wife and son is here. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Anish.
Well, again, we've been spoiled by incredible number of decisive games and exciting ones of that.
Four decisive
Once
games
again,
this round.
4 out of 5, 80% decisive. And amongst the elite players of the world, if you get something like a 55-45 ratio, you might have to be happy. But this is extraordinary. Christian, wow. this is a different tournament than Paris.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And we have different players than in Paris. For example, Wesley So is a completely different player than in Paris, where he played very, very poor chess. But right now, he just beat the world champion in dominant fashion. He outplayed the world champion in an equal position, something that Magnus Carlsen is usually the expert in doing. So Wesley So, his confidence is rock solid, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a completely different player than what we saw in Paris. I'm having my eyes on him. Jan Nepomniachtchi, very confident player. Unfortunately, he had a setback after his loss against Vichy, but still an open tournament. Anybody can beat anybody. This is going to be an exciting 4 more days.
Absolutely. And how do these results affect our standings?
Yeah, well, let's have a look. Well, in the lead, it is Wesley So, his
Grand Chess Tour champion
exactly,
of
and he needs these points. He needs to recover from his terrible tournament in Paris. So he's on a score of 5 points out of 6. Tied for second are MVL and Ian Nepomniachtchi, our wildcard. Both of them on 4 points out of 6. And world champion and Paris tour winner, we have Magnus Carlsen on 3 points. It's,
3 out of 6, 50%.
3 out of 6, 50%. Joining him, Vladimir Kramnik.
Vladimir Kramnik will be a little
Maybe this
sour.
is a world championship, world champion points. And let's go over to 11, where we can see Wesley with Maurice.
We are with the leader of the tournament as they are just jumping over each other right now. But Wesley So has defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen in a titanic battle of the last 2 Grand Chess Tour winners. And Wesley, this game, it looked like you guys were sort of even. It looked like there shouldn't be any real difficulty making a draw, but it seemed like he wanted more. He went for it with G4 and started pressuring you a little bit. What were your thoughts about him trying to outplay you in this game?
Yeah, of course I was happy for a draw, but he was pressing a bit with G4 and putting an active queen on G4. But when I got the 7th rank after Rook C2, I'm basically out of the danger. And when he made an inaccuracy, which was 27 Queen E4, then his king suddenly became very vulnerable. I'm just playing on without risk. And in a rapid game, when you're under pressure like that and get low on time, it's very, very difficult.
Proved to be difficult. Usually, the history between the two of you is that he's had a bit of an edge on you. Does it feel different now, getting sort of a monkey off your back, beating him in this game?
No, I mean, Magnus is a world champion, but I treat every game here as just like I would play against anybody. And Rapid and Blitz is a very special time control. The classical chess is still the one that will make you into a world champion if the player has any aspirations. So this is a very interesting time control, and it's completely different from classical chess.
Now, in Paris, by your standards, you did very poorly. What did you do in between then and now to suddenly just be playing such fresh and scintillating chess?
Well, I cleared my mind. I didn't expect Tony Rich to give me good luck like I was hoping in Paris. I said in Paris, I tend to play better when Tony Rich is around. Well, it didn't really exactly become true. But I tried to get over my fatigue because this is my 3rd tournament in a row. And I tried not to worry too much about the tournament.
You're in a familiar position for you. Lately, you've won the Grand Chess Tour last year. You won quite a few tournaments.
Yeah.
This year started off a little bit less electrifying. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I won some tournaments early in the year, but then I think starting with Shamgir, my play needs a lot to be improved upon. And now I'm in this circuit, which I'm playing 4 tournaments in a row. So it's very, very interesting. But obviously, a player cannot just keep winning.
I'm afraid,
For
Joby,
example,
Yes.
my life went down periods like that. We just gotta learn from our lessons and come back stronger, and I hope to get lots of rest, and again, not to worry about tomorrow, not to worry about what position I'll get here. Hopefully I won't end up 7th again, but I'll just I'll just play my natural self, be happy and enjoy the game.
Wise words indeed. Well, we'll let you get a chance to rest, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and well done, Wesley. A great
Definitely.
first day for our defending Grand Chess Tour
Exactly,
champion.
and it's great to see that he's recovered from Paris, because, well, I suspected that the 3 from Paris would actually have an easier time because they have some practice with the format. The only question I was slightly concerned about was the stamina issue, because it
Right.
is, for a lot of them, 3 tournaments in a row.
Exactly. There are many of them coming from Norway, and in the case of Ian, coming from Siberia and the World
yes.
Team Championship. So stamina, endurance, very important factors in the lives of modern elite grandmasters. Cristian, your thoughts about day one?
Absolutely, what an exciting day, guys. And we already start to see Magnus Carlsen slowing down a little bit, showing signs of fatigue. Wesley So, on the other hand, he's completely different man than what we saw in Paris. So he seemed to be low stamina in Paris, but right now he has a lot of energy. He plays thrilling chess, and he's definitely on the path to claiming the top spot. But we still have plenty of days left. We only had 3 rounds so far. We still have 24 more rounds, so anything can happen. Definitely a very exciting start to the second leg of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour.
One thing, Cristian, if you could show it to us, I think Vladimir Kramnik is really sour about this
For
round
sure,
3
we left it
result,
with an
because
absolutely
I
wonderful
thought
position with the
MVL
bishop.
was dead to rights.
And so did he, apparently.
What happened? How did MVL swindle a draw from that position?
Oh,
Cristian.
he uncorked some very, very nice tactical shot. In this position, queen to f5, black is still completely winning. King g7, queen to h5, attacking both the pawn on h6 and the pawn on f7. In this position, black should have realized that queen takes h6 is not an actual threat, because king g8 and then the bishop defends the king very, very nicely. Queen e7 would have been won after queen takes h6, king g8. We cover with the bishop on g7, and simply the king is in complete safety. Instead of that, after queen h5, black played the move bishop g5, which looks good, by the way. But unfortunately, after queen f7, king h8, queen to g6, now I'm threatening to take rook takes h6, bishop takes h6, and that's actually a checkmate. Rook to e7, defending the 7th rank, and this is what I think black missed going into this variation. Rook takes h6, bishop takes h6, and now not queen takes h6, which would have been lost for white after rook h7. All of the pieces are covering the king perfectly. Instead of that, queen to f6 was played, and you do not have this move rook g7 because of queen takes d8. And after queen f6, you're forced into a perpetual. If you play the move king to h7, I'm simply going to go bishop b1, king to g8, bishop a2, king to h7. And if you do not play king h7 after queen f6, if you play this move bishop g7, I have the move queen to h4, forcing a perpetual. Once again, after bishop h6, I'm not going to take your bishop. I'm going to go queen f6, and that simply just killed the game.
Great swindle.
Fantastic.
Let's go to Leuven with Maurice and Nigel
Yes.
Short. Maurice.
Well, what a day. It's just day one, Nigel, and we've seen already thrills and spills and elated players coming back, and then disappointment, dejection even in some of the games. What more could you want? It's only day one of the Grand Chess Tour.
It's been great. It's been excitement from the beginning. So I've been thoroughly enjoying it. Nepo starting off with a couple of wins, surprisingly perhaps, and then the great upset with Wesley So winning in this last round.
I'm not sure how big an upset that is, in fact. I mean, Wesley, after all, is very strong.
He's an immensely strong player, but he certainly had not defeated him, certainly not in classical chess beforehand, and had a poor score against him. So it is an important victory for him. And Magnus, it seems, you know, he can't just push in any position. Sometimes he's losing his objectivity, and this is what happened today. So that's a bit of a turn-up for the books.
He went out for it with G4. Also, this crazy game with Kramnik. How did Kramnik not win this one? Yeah. He must just be totally disappointed.
Well, I guess so. But, I mean, it's early days in the tournament. But I'm just looking forward to more entertainment because it's been fantastic to watch.
In fact, it indeed has been amazing to watch on day one here in Leuven. We are looking forward to bringing you more of this action. We'll certainly be here bringing you the action from Belgium as we get some rest tonight and start again tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Maurice.
Nigel. For the insights. Yeah, I'm just really taken aback because I'm so used to seeing somehow through almost a mysterious black magic, Magnus squeezing his fellow elite grandmasters and extracting full points when everybody else would give up the position as a draw.
Yeah.
This time, very rare occasion, he came up and
he took a lot of risk. You know, he opened up his king. You know, in my famous major piece endings, you don't tend to do that, and you know, he just seemed to bank everything on this rook, and then he pushed it way too hard, I think.
Right.
But okay, I think he'll learn the lessons from this.
Obviously. And Cristian, your final thoughts as we wrap up day one.
Nothing more to be said. The gloves are off. Everybody is in war mode, and we're going to see this type of action in the upcoming days. This is going to be a scintillating tournament up until the last moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristian.
Jovi,
yes.
Another spectacular day on the Grand Chess Tour. The players are just delivering us so much excitement.
And so many decisive games.
Let's hope they keep it up.
Definitely. Let's hope for that, because it would be sad if they suddenly started drawing. But I mean, I think the addition of the Grand Chess Tour points, you know, they have to score as many Grand Chess Tour points as they can from a tournament, because every score counts.
Exactly. So let's take a final look at our standings as we wrap up day two of the Leuven Grand Chess Tour. Your next move.
Okay, so in the lead on our day one is Grandmaster Wesley So, a tour champion from 2016. And tied for second, we have MVL and a name you perhaps wouldn't have expected, Ian Nepomniachtchi, who's actually, incidentally, a wild card. And then tied for fourth, we have three world champions: Magnus Carlsen, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, and Vishy Anand, and also Anish Giri and Vasily and Ivanchuk. So these guys are all on 50%. Yeah, well, our man of the moment, we all included him in the top picks. Lev, he hasn't started off with a good first day. And of course, a spare fought for Badura Jovova, who is yet to get off the scoring board.
He's definitely hitting for the fences, but so far he's striking out.
Yes.
So 3 losses for Jovova. Can he make a return? Well, the only way to answer that question is for you to tune in tomorrow for our live coverage, as we'll do it all over again for rounds 4, 5, and 6 in Rapid Chess from Leuven. Hope you'll join us tomorrow.
See you then.